Hello everyone, and peace of Christ all of you. Please invite your friends. And today we will have a good time in understanding science. If you notice, in the last few days we were talking about too much about science. And you know that the funny thing is we found there's a lot of Abdul between the Christians too, who decide to follow someone like Darwin. Even they claim to be Christians, and they say there's no problem to believe in Darwin. When you see people compromising their faith, it means they have no faith. Those are the Muslims. The Muslims, they heard about the Big Bang. They know that the Big Bang had nothing to do with the Quran. They say the Big Bang is in the Quran. They compromise, they lie in order to make their religion fit with science. And there is some, they claim to be Christian, they do the same. They want to convince himself that, science in total agreement with the Bible, And I don't know what science they are talking about. I mean, is it scientific that Jesus, he put some mud on the eye of somebody and he make him see? Is it scientific that Jesus is born of a woman, she never have a man? I mean, weird people, this is when you have a fake believer. A fake believer, he fake his belief. You know what I mean? A fake believer is somebody, he fake his belief. A fake believer who, he tried to make his belief a kebab in the eye of somebody, just because this is what people like to see. I go with the market, it's like a market. So, I advise those people, either you leave your belief, you idiot, because you're an idiot. If you are not convinced with it, don't try to make it sound something else. So when you say you follow Darwin, you idiot, I say to you, you are no Christian. As simple as that. All those, and by the way, when you say theory, you idiot, it means it's a theory, you idiot. That's why the word theory is before it. Do you know what the word theory is? Theory. So, but I don't blame them, by the way. I blame the schools who poisoned the mind of those, one day they used to be kids, and they told them that Darwin is the one, Darwin is the guy, Darwin is, and then they told them there's a lot of evidence, like the Big Bang, there's a lot of evidence. They have zero evidence. It's just a theory. And the theory does not even make sense for a second. And then they made a machine in Europe, a machine for the Big Bang, cost them billions of dollars, and then they could not generate even a dust. Anyway, stupidity, as we say, always amazing. However, those who try to make the religion shish kebab, obviously you are a shish kebab. Like, there is one of two things: either your religion is shish kebab or you are shish kebab. Choose one, maybe both of you. However, if you are a Christian and you try to make your religion or your belief fit with something, let us say the science discover, or let us say a scientist came today and says, there is no way there's a woman, she can have a child without a man. I mean, we have to agree with him. Science, this is science. The Bible says that Jesus is born of a woman, she never have a man. So now what would we do? So either you are a person who believes that God is not under the law of nature, because he is the one who broke every law of nature. He is God. He is the one who created that law. That law is goes for you, not for him. So what is scientifically correct, it can be stupidly correct too, because always there is a machines of propaganda who is supporting an idea. The atheists always, they want to fight Christianity. That's why you see the atheists, even now, they take side with Islam. Who is the number one enemy for me? Who is the one who, let us say, what I want to use the word enemy for what I say, what I do? Facebook, YouTube, Google. Well, that's the truth. They are atheists. They are the one who protect the devil of Muhammad. So you will find always that, I'm not saying every atheist support Islam, but generally speaking, the majority, they support Islam with no limit. Not only that, they are willing to die for it. And the purpose is to fight Christianity. That because of their stupidity, because if Islam take over, they will be tortured. They will be demolished. It's for the mercy of God that you have Christians living among you who don't believe in killing others and they don't agree with them. But just wait. Let us see the one who are supporting what they will do to you. So, atheism and Islam, both of them, they are aggressive cults. The second you don't agree with them, they are all over you. And they are violent too. You know? I mean, you might hear that Islam teach violence. Atheism is way violence too. Stalin, he used to sign every morning before he drink his coffee in order to execute more than 5,000 people. If the number is less than 5, he questioned why the number is less than 5. Even Muhammad did not do that. They bring him the coffee, and Stalin now he is going to drink his coffee, and they give him a piece of paper. And the piece of paper is to sign execution of a couple of thousands. And if the number is less than 5, he is upset. 5,000, not 5 people. The president of North Korea, he's an atheist. I'm not going to explain to you what he do. This guy, even he killed his own brother. I will not be even surprised if he killed his father or not. So, they share a lot of things, and the second you go against what they believe, they are the same as Muhammadan. So I receive messages, a person, he says to me, I'm not going to donate for you. I was supporting you in Patreon, and I'm not going to donate for you no more. I said, okay, please don't. It's not an honor for me. And please, if you're listening to me, if you're an atheist, and you donate $1 for me, go and just delete your donation. I don't want it. Just take it. Anyway, so this guy, he made a drama, and then guess what? He donated $1 and the dollar never come through. Which means it was a fake credit card number. So they try to fight you and they go aggressive. Go and see the comment of those atheists. Actually, I noticed that all they are the same. You know, when I spoke about Hinduism, I spoke about yoga, they go crazy. The Hindus who support me, Christian Prince, you are amazing. Christian Prince, you are wonderful. We love your videos. The second you say something about Hinduism, the Hindus is all over you. Where is the one who says Islam is not tolerance and turn to be they are the same? Same as the atheist. Anyway, as the Chinese says, he left as a donkey, never come back as a horse. And you know, I'm waiting for evolution to work with me because I want to improve my organs. You know, I want to fly. And I hope soon I will be able to fly. Actually, I can't fly from now because yesterday I started thinking about becoming a bird. And, you know, after like it take time supposedly. This is something like slow process. But it's going to happen sooner or later. So now I gave order to my cells, you know, like, let us work in this from now. And we discussed it. They said it's going to take like 3 million years, you know. I said, so what? We start from now better than later, you know, like, come on. You know the thing. So in 3 million years, this is how I will look like, you know. I will improve my organs and I will be able to, not exactly how I look like. I mean, come on, it's not the same. You know, I don't want to eat like just, you know, seeds and, you know, I want to eat like shish kebab too. Yeah, hello. Anyway, so, you know, it just, you improve yourself and by time you will be something. So like, you know, I will die as a Christian prince. I will come back maybe as a flamingo, you know. And then all girls want to take picture with me. I mean, I spend my life, nobody want to take a picture with me. And now, if I became a flamingo, man, you can imagine how many, you know, beautiful women they will take a picture with the flamingo. And it's like, this is me, like, yeah, take picture. Finally, it's happening. What a stupid people. Stupidity is amazing. And if you are a Christian, if you are a believer, you don't follow those dumb. You see, they all even call me Taliban, you know, Taliban, you know, and they lie about us. They say the Bible teach that the earth is flat. The Bible is the only book ever in history, before all science, who says the globe of the earth hanged on nothing. This is the Bible. hanged on nothing, and the shape of it is like a globe or a sphere. Before all your scientists exist, but we don't brag about it, says Bible is a book of science. It's not a book of science. It's a book of miracles. And miracles is above science. When Jesus walked in water, is that science? When Jesus made the blind see, is that science? When Jesus said to the man who cannot walk, walk, is that science? No, it's not. So those who they are desperate, who have no faith, is those who they bow down under the feet of science, and they compromise their religion, they compromise their text, they compromise their books because they are fake and their religion is fake and they are following of a fake God. So you cannot be Christian and you do the same as those people. Now we go to our topic. The title is, we have only 466. If a woman talking about her lipstick, we will find more. What's wrong with those people? Okay, let us change the title and put a picture of a woman doing lipstick. Let us see how that will increase the size of the viewers. Hold on. How to... I will change the title. I don't know even how to pronounce, I mean to spell the word stick, lipstick. Here we go. Correct. Well, yeah, that will bring a lot of people, you know. Just wait. I'm trying to find even a decent picture to put it in the screen. I mean, I just typed the word stick. I found a lot of crazy stuff. What the heck is that? Okay, maybe this is a little bit decent. Okay. We will change the title. Hold on. The best way to do your lipstick. I mean, even Google can't understand what I'm saying. All right. What is the best way to do your lipstick? Here we go. The title changed now. And now we have a picture of a lady, you know, and she have, I mean, her teeth is really big. Somebody, an atheist, he would say she used to be a horse. You never know, you never know. You never know. Anyway, so how to do lipstick? Okay, the number was 466. Now it's 418. The number is going up. Okay, take a beer. Yeah, you know, okay, yeah, yeah. Soon we will be like, how to do lipstick. Okay. Yeah, that's what people like. Speak about God, nobody come. Speak about, no, just speak about lipstick. The shortest skirt. Shortest skirt will make it faster, by the way. If shortest skirt, the view will go like skyrocketing. You know, you see like those videos on YouTube of a grid living, of a grid. And then there's a girl, she is showing her bum. And she have 10 million in less than a year. And I look at my video like, what? The poor me, I stay for 4 hours fighting with people, explaining, arguing, you know, having heart attack. And then I... Look how fast the number is increasing. Oh, look at this. From 400 to 500 almost. Yeah, okay, that's good. And that's good. It's a great sign how to do lipstick. And a very important topic actually to think about it. I mean, this is very extremely important. Maybe I should have changed the topic, like to make it how to do lipstick when you are driving. That will bring a lot more. So anyway, what you can do, let us put back the original. Look at this, we have 100 more just by changing the title. Look how fast. Oh boy. Okay, let us change the title. Go back to the old title. And now the number will decrease. Anyway, so the topic today is about women. And, the Quran is a book of intelligence, as you know. I mean, it's for sure. The one who wrote the Quran is a super being intelligent. You do not need to prove that. I mean, it's not even a question. It's like you are trying to prove to me that Joe Biden wasn't sleeping when he was meeting the Israeli Prime Minister. No way. I mean, there's no need to I mean, come on, it's clear. So Allah is super intelligent. How Allah He reached such an intelligence? How He can do that? Let us figure out together. I have a serious question. My ex-wife maybe you can help me. Is a Yoko one or a man or a woman? You don't give me silly questions, otherwise I will block you, because you just wasted my time reading your stupid text. All right? I just warn you. If we go in the Quran, we will find the Quran, the book of wisdom for sure. Chapter 2, verse number 282. Look how long the translation. I mean, the Arabic is few lines. The English is a book. Anyway, let us go and see what this talking about. So, this verse in the Quran, if we can correct the verse. And by the way, the Muslims, they took the verse and the numbers and those things. They copy the way the Bible was written. They try to make a book similar to the Bible. Otherwise, that those Arab, even Muslim, they say their prophet himself did not know how to write, how to read. And all of us, we knew that Allah never said to Muhammad, this is verse number 282, and this is chapter, the cow. Allah never quoted the cow, by the way. So when the Muslim, they decide to make a book, they look at the Bible and they try to do the same. They give it a name, and then they give it numbers, the chapter number, verse number, and they correct a verse. And the word ayah in the Quran itself is a stolen from the Bible. But anyway, our topic is, oh, who you believe, when you contract a debt for a fixed period, write it down. Sound good? Very, very good. Let a scribe write it down. Injustice between you. Let not the scribe refuse to write as Allah has taught him. Allah, He taught the scribe. Let it go. Okay. And then He continues and He says, and in the case like you borrow money from each other, get 2 witnesses out of your men. Here you notice that the Quran insists that the witnesses have to be men. But there's exception, because what if somebody is borrowing money and there's no 2 men? There's no enough men. Muhammad, he and his God, for sure, the super being intelligent, he come with a solution. And when I say solution, this is not solution, this is solution. And if there are not 2 men available, then a man and 2 women. That's deep. Look at this. So the witness for borrowing money, and by the way, this is only for borrowing money. 2 women are not accepted in other witnesses. Islam forbid women totally from being witness in the way or anything have to do with capital punishment. As an example, a killing or a theft. Even if 1,000,000 women, they saw a man killing a man, those women are not accepted because they have to be men. This is only in the case of borrowing money. So if a man want to borrow money from different man, he have to provide 2 witnesses additional the two men, because the man who borrowed the money, he cannot be a witness, you know. I mean, you are the one, you are part of it. So you have to get two additional men, which means if the two men dealing with each other, then we need two more men, that will make them four, in order to accomplish this contract. But what if there is no two men? Then two women and one man. Okay, why two women and one man? Remember, it was two men, two of your men. Then because there's no two men, there's only maybe less one. Two men will become one man and two women. But what if there is no man at all? You cannot do it then. Women are not accepted. At least you have to have one man. That remind me of Ibn Battuta. You know, the Muslims are so proud about him. Ibn Battuta. He went to an island. All the women there, they have a three breast. I mean, this guy, he exceeded the lies of Muhammad. Brother, one of the first discovery channels in the world, he was a Muslim, brother. His name is Ibn Battuta. Yeah, Ibn Battuta, who found an island full of women and they have three breasts. I was there, by the way, you know. And actually, I wanted to do breastfeeding for adult, as the Prophet said, but I was confused. Which one? I mean, there are three. I spent like 2 hours looking at them, like which one, you know. And then I decided to make like a lotto to choose which one to drink from it. Anyway, this is out of our story. So, two men and one woman, sorry, two men or one man and two women. But if there's no one man at least, then it doesn't matter how many women you have, that is not valid. Do you understand? So, if there's no one man at least, there's no contract. The existence of the man is what make the contract valid. This is number one. But why is that? If we continue reading, we will find the reason behind this. And here you see the supreme wisdom of Allah. He said, so one man and two women, okay, such as you agree for witnesses. And not only that, those two women, you have to agree upon them. And you can read the interpretation. They will say to you, well, you have to choose women who they are valid. So not just a woman, she have to be valid, because most of women, according to Islam, they are bad. So if one of them, and here you see the supreme intelligence, the sign of intelligence of Muhammad and his God. So if one of them, of those two women, errs, this is the translation, then the other one can remind her. Who is a Muslim, he agree with this? Hey, Fadil, you see, you can come here, you can insult me, you can say whatever you want. You want to insult Jesus, I will send you free shipping and handling to Allah. Get lost. Son of Muta. We allow you to insult me and to say whatever you want, but don't go that much far. We will put you in a box, ship you free, and let Allah help you. Coward. So, if one of them she err, the other one can remind her. Who is a Muslim here, he agree with this? Who is a Muslim, he agree with this? I want you to think deeply and help me to see if this is stupid or this is super smart. Anyone notice something here? Who is thinking with me? Forget about this father, guys. Forget about him. We just kicked him out. That's it. What, you want to spend the day talking about him now? Focus with me. Otherwise, we will go back to lipstick. So, anyone notice with me something wrong? Anyone? What is wrong in this? Is there something wrong? I want to see how people think. So I'm not going to say anything. I will wait for you, people, to help me. What is wrong with this statement? You see, I'm using the Muslim translation. I'm not going even to change it for a second now, even though I don't agree really with what it says, because it says Abdul, you know, which means Allah, he used this word, the wrong word, because Dalla in Arabic is from Dalal, you know, being like a bad person, you know, which would nothing have to do with memory, because obviously you are doing it wrongly. You are not being decent, maybe. But as long as they are saying that this is about her, she is doing an error, and the other one can remind her, how that can be? Sir Arrow, okay, Sir Arrow, he is calling me a dump, okay, and he gave us an answer. So Arrow, Mr. Arrow, you are a Muslim? And you know, I don't know, sometimes the intelligence is beyond understanding, and he's a man, as you see, he's not a woman, so I don't know why his intelligence is like this. So look, he just posed for us what the Quran is saying. We are waiting for the explanation. He posed for us what the Quran is saying again. That's deep. Look at this. It's written, if one woman err, the other can remind her. It's because of reminding other women. Well, that's deep. I mean, how you come to this answer, man? But this is the same as the verse saying, you did not add one word. You add the word because? I want you to give me an answer. If one woman, if a woman err, the other woman can remind her. How that work? Explain to me. I'm just reading what you posted for us. Just repeating what the Quran is saying. If a woman err, the other woman can remind her. Explain. Who is a Muhammadan? He have explanation. Just to show you, I'm not going to make you wait for long, the stupidity of the author of the Quran. As long as the Quran stating that women, they have a mental issue, they are not smart, they are not intelligent, and they will err. So if you have first women or second women or 3 women or 10 women after, who care? It's the same, they are women. As long as the Quran saying 1 man and 2 women. Okay, what is the reason? Obviously, according to the Quran, women, they have a defect in their brain. So how you can support by solving a problem by bringing someone, he have a defect too. So the first woman, she have a defect. Why? Because she is a woman. Okay, the second woman, she have a defect too, because she's a woman too. And if the second woman, it's impossible for her to be having defect, that means the first one too should be impossible for her to have defect. Why one man do not need another man to remind him? Because he don't have a defect. One man is enough. So the stupid Muhammad and the stupid Allah, he come with the conclusion and solution that if one of them she is deficient, the second one will not. Well, why the first one have deficiency in her brain? Because she's a woman. Okay, but isn't the second one is a woman too? Okay, what if the second woman, she gave an error too? She's a woman, remember? You know what? I'm going to borrow money from you guys, and I will ask women to be witnesses, and they will forget a couple of zeros. I love it, you know, like, hey, ladies, do you remember how much I borrowed from this guy? Remember, like it was 10. Okay, thank you. Yeah. See, $10, not 10 millions. You know, thank you, women. I appreciate that. So the stupid author of the Quran supposedly is finding a solution, claiming that women, they have brain issue, and now he want to fix it. How he fix it? Two women, but they are women anyway. And as long it's possible for the first one to err because she is a woman, well, the second woman, highly possible she will be. And why she will not, actually? Isn't she a woman too? Isn't it Allah, He made all people equal? That will make them two errors. Two errors. Here you notice that the author of the Quran is not only mentally ill, is silly and stupid. Now, for those who like science, which I don't really, you see, I don't call it really science. I mean, science today have many branches, but many of those branches called science anyway. I mean, like, you study law, this is a science of law. You study human behavior, which is a law, you study it too. Science of human behavior. But if you go and see those shrink, who they are called shrink doctors, who who deal with people who have a, let us say, depression or any kind of distress or something, you will see that the doctor himself, he need a mentor and he need a doctor. Most of them, they are mentally ill. And how they can deal with people who they have some problems. So, but anyway, according to science, for those who like science, don't the Muslims like science? Big Bang, Dr. Naik, brother and sister, there is a scientist, his name is Dr. John Tigavrini. John what? John Tigavrini. The last name, his name is Italian, and I can say it. He's Italian. He's Vazantini. Okay, exactly. Okay. So what this guy he said, Zakir, that according to him, women are stupid, and we can prove it. Okay, how you can prove it? First of all, if I ask you, who is the first one who taught you? In my case, my mother. In your case, who? Exactly, my mother. That explains why you are so stupid. So your mother is a stupid, and now you became a stupid. I got it. Exactly. Sorry, not exactly. Okay. So according to scientific study, women do have better memory than men, says the study. It's official. It is official. Women have better memory than men. In a study published in the Journal of Monobala, women aged 45-55 years perform better in all memory measures. All memory measures. Come on, leave something for the men for the sake of the shin of Allah. I mean, all? Like, what the heck? I'm upset right now. Like, all. I mean, shouldn't you leave something for men? Okay. Anyway, there's tons of articles, and all are scientists. This is not the Christian website. This is not Muslim site. This is not atheist site. This is just a, medical journal, But forget about scientific study, who they are proving Islam to be stupid. But isn't it true that your mother, she remembers things your father never remember about you? Isn't it true if you take your wife with you to an occasion, let us say you go to a wedding party, you come back home, you ask the man, what happened there? He don't remember anything. He don't remember what his friend were wearing. what the bride was wearing, what the food he ate. They remember nothing. You ask the woman the same question. She will give you details. What the woman she was wearing, what her ears are, the ring in her hand, and the shoes in her feet, and the color of them, and the design, and you know. This is a fact. They give you details. There's no man in earth can remember. So how the Quran saying such a stupid thing? And here, by the way, this verse in the Quran bring destruction to Islam. Anyone knows why? How this verse destroy Islam? Think with me. How this verse destroy Islam? I don't know what's wrong today. I mean, usually we have a lot of people here. Is YouTube hiding our channel or what? They can do it. Atheist. If you go and check whatever Muhammad he said, who is number one resource for what Muhammad said? Aisha. If I type the word Aisha, I will find thousands and thousands of hadith reported by Aisha. Let us see, hold on. Based on the Quran, whatever Aisha she said is invalid. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you see what the Quran did now? Anything Aisha she said is a poo-poo based on the Quran. Because Aisha is invalid witness for whatever happened to Muhammad and she witnessed. But all of Islam is based on what Aisha she said. Look at this. I can flip pages for years to come. All is Aisha said, the Prophet said, and because of Aisha said, the Muslim did do. Even about how to pray. Aisha she said, this is how the Prophet prayed, so we pray like Aisha she said. The Prophet, he said the following sentence before the prayer, he do this. Okay, we do the same as she said. When the Prophet, he see the eclipse, he go crazy and he do such certain prayer. We do the same. Mizan saying, Aisha is not number one in the hadith. Abu Huraira. Okay, hold on. A Muslim, he got so upset and he gave us a very, very important question. Let us put him in the screen. Make him happy and famous. Aisha is not number one in the hadith narrative. Abu Huraira, I mean, look how stupid this guy is. So she is number 2? Are you saying she is number 2? Are you saying to me like Aisha, the thousands and thousands of hadith she said, and you Muslim, you follow them because you are stupid? You should follow only Abu Hurairah hadith? Are you saying that or what? And you idiot, you stupid. Abu Hurairah report what Aisha she said. Mostly. But he was not even there. Like the Prophet, he used to suck my tongue when he was fasting. Abu Hurairah was there. Are you saying that Abu Hurairah, he was in the bedroom of Muhammad when Muhammad was sucking the tongue of Aisha, and he saw it and he witnessed it and he said it? Or he took that from Aisha? Idiot. By the way, I'm thinking to make you an admin in my page to attract more idiots. And the funny, he says to me, liar. Let us say something kind of funny. This is your Islamic website, and it says there that Aisha is reported to be the most known of hadith narration of the Prophet. And for sure, they give you numbers of every book, how many hadith is coming from her. In every book. Abu Hurairah, you idiot, he reported 1,500 hadith. Here they are saying that, not me. But all of those, most of them, they are coming from Aisha anyway. Which means Aisha, she reported way more than him. However, who care? Who said more? As long Aisha, she is invalid witness, then Islam became invalid because you Muslims, you worship Aisha. This is why you kill the Shia, because they insult Aisha. As simple as that. All this teaching is coming from Aisha. Who was there? Nobody. Who can confirm it? Nobody. I was sleeping in the front of the Prophet SAWS with my legs between him and the Qibla. Can you show me Abu Hurairah reporting that? Because that would be fun. Aisha, she go and sit between men, and she speak about her vagina, about her menstruation. She speak about how they drop blood from their vagina. Obviously, this woman, she have no shame. All right. Let us see. I'll give you an example. This is a hadith from Aisha. Fantastical. Once one of the wives of the Prophet, of Allah Messenger, joined him in itikaf. The Prophet doing masturbation, or they supposed he's praying to Allah. She noticed a blood in yellowish discharge from her. You see, they put between two brackets between her from her private part. Aisha, she was sitting in front of men, telling them that there is something was coming from the of his wife while she was sitting with so there was a drop. Obviously she have an infection, sexual infection, because why she have yellowish discharge? All those things I learned, like I used to mention them, but those who study medicine, they told me this is infection, this is not right. Why women she have a yellowish discharge? She have a sexual infection. So a sexual infection, yellowish discharge coming from her vagina, and she put a dish under her when she prayed. What is the proof of this? As long as Aisha, she is a woman, and she is an invalid brain to witness anything. And why Aisha is the one who volunteered for those stories always? Where is the rest? Aisha, she became the Speaker of the White House of Muhammad, the Devil House. All the scandal of Muhammad is coming from Aisha. Once the Prophet was bewitched, so that he began to imagine that he had done a thing which in fact he had not done. Disaster. Who of you Muslim dare to say Aisha is lying? Aisha is invalid. Here you see the hypocrisy of this religion. When they speak about women, they insult women, they say women are stupid, but when they speak about Aisha, they bow down. Al-Mizan, his name is Al-Mizan, the scale. The Quran too, it does not say women forget, if a woman forget. It says if a woman errs. That's so good. You're a genius again. By the way, this is the same guy, you block him, you come back. You don't dare to call me, but he is like what his name last time? I forgot his name. Here we go. I need the women to remind me. Look what he said. The Quran does not, Quran 2:82 does not say if a woman forgot it. It says if she erred. Just to show you how stupid you are. I agree with you. The Quran does not say if a woman forget. The Quran does not even say if the woman err. The Quran says tadul, which means she's lost. She lost her mind. But look how stupid what you are saying. You're saying it doesn't say if she forgot, it says if she err. So why the stupid Quran says so the other one will remind her, you idiot, if she did not forget? Right now you agree that the Quran is written by a stupid fool, because if she did not forget, then you don't say so the other one she can remind her. Potato. So now me and Mr. Al-Mizan, we agree the Quran is written by a stupid mental idiot. He agreed himself, and we saw his text. The Quran never said if she forgot. But the Quran says the other one will remind her. Remind her, but she did not forget. And this is what you said, not me. Are you there, Abdul? This is what you said, not me. You said the Quran did not say if she forget. So why the other one she will remind her if she did not forget? Are you saying that the one who wrote the Quran is using the wrong word? Shame on you. There's a verse in the Quran about people like you. Allah will insert a chain in your anus. You remember the verse in the Quran? And every ring of that chain have equal iron to all the iron in the earth. I don't know how big is your anus, but you better take it. Have fun. Even your God torture, by the way, is a sexual torture. I mean, he could not find a place to torture a man except his anus. And like what? Do Allah he enjoy it really? Like when he sees something going in the anus of a man? So when a Muslim he tried to fix it, he make it blind. I am assuming that Al-Mizan is Dr. Zakir Naik. Great Prince, I got you busted. It didn't say if you forgot. It said if you err. Zakir Naik, are you sure? Exactly, I'm sure. Okay, I'm going to ask you for the second time. Are you sure? Great Prince, I'm 100% sure. Okay, I will ask you for the third time. Great Prince, you asked me for 1,000,000 times, I will say sure. Okay, so if she is not going to, she is not forgetting, so what the Quran says to the other women if she remind her? Zakir? Zakir? Christian Prince, I have to go because my mother-in-law is coming and I have to wash the dishes. What you do? What dishes? Just answer me before you go. Your mother-in-law, which one of them? You have 4. Don't go now. I mean, come on. Christian Prince, my mother-in-law, the third one, he come and do inspection. And if the house is not clean, I'm going to do the reading. Like, what? Allah knows best what he is saying. Zakir Naik, just answer the question. Why it says she remind her if the first part of the chapter says, or the verse, if she err, is forgetting is an error? Stupidity is amazing. You know, even an atheist can do better than you. An atheist who he think he used to be a monkey, he became a human, he can do better than this. If we give this verse for an atheist, he will say, let us fix this. Okay? So he will change the verse a little bit. You know, he will do some touch up, right? So he will say, okay, hold on. We can fix it, no problem, because we are atheists. Okay? So the verse here says, and such you agree for witnesses, so that one of them, except if he is Joe Biden, the sleepy Joe, then you have to have 3 witnesses because Joe, he will be sleeping. And now it's fixed. Like, what about the women? Okay, and if you have witnesses, get 2 women and 1 man, except Kamala Harris, because she is always laughing and nothing, and she is not focusing, and she can taking drugs. Ah, okay, now it's better. We have to agree. So she have to remind her, but how a creature who you just said she have a defect, she will remind other creature who have a defect? Aren't they the same maker? Aren't they the same producer? Isn't it this? They have the same equipment, both of them. It's like saying to me, we have Windows 98, and If Windows 98 did not function, use Windows 98. You see the stupidity, you know? If Windows 98 is outdated, is not running, use Windows 98. What is that? How in the world this intelligence work? And then Muhammad, he jumped like a monkey from a place to place, saying things nobody can reject. Look, women, they are stupid, according to Muhammad. And then suddenly, women are so evil. They are the shaitan. No, I cannot find this hadith here. Where is the hadith? Let us see. Try a different hadith. Yeah, you cannot find it too. So we have to find it in different. Let us see. Muhammad, he said that most of women, they are going to be the fuel and the wood of the hellfire. But why? The most of the women, and he's talking about Muslim women, remember, he's talking about women who they are Muslims. But for sure, he's talking about women in general, right? But anyway, like who they are not Muslim, anyway, they will be the fuel of heaven, of hell, for sure, right? According to Islam. But here he's saying, this is a message for Muslim women. Most of you are the fuel of hellfire. But Muhammad, he have a solution for the women who they are, most of them, the fuel of the hellfire. What is the solution? Give me your bracelet and give me your earring. Unbelievable. So women, they are, most of them, they will go to hell. They are the fuel of the hellfire. But not if you give me your bracelet and your rings and your earrings, the golden one, you will not go there. Any Muslim can explain to us how those bad women, who Muhammad calling them the fuel of hellfire, suddenly they will go to heaven if they give Muhammad their earring and their bracelet. Hey women, do you like to go to heaven? Okay, do you like to go to heaven? Very easy. You have to give all your earring, all your gold, your bracelet, your jewelries to Muhammad. And then Muhammad, he prayed to Allah to take you to heaven, even you are the most like disgusting person, you know, according to Muhammad. No problem. That's it, and you paid for it. I mean, you get what you pay for. Isn't it obvious that this man is a fraud? How he starts saying that he saw that women, most of them, they are going to go to hellfire. I observe a prayer with the Messenger of Allah on the day of Eid. Yeah, the day of the Eid, the holiday. He command with the prayer before the sermon without adhan and iqama. He did not even make iqama, he did not make adhan, he started the prayer. Okay, Muhammad, you do as you wish. Then he stood up, leaning on Bilal. Bilal, the poor slave, the black slave, used as a stick for Muhammad. And he commanded them to be guard against evil for the sake of Allah. Okay, and then he says, and he preached the people, admonished them. And then he came to a woman. He asked them to give alms. For most of them, they are the fuel of hell. Brother, you are going to be the fuel of hell. But if you give the Prophet your bracelet and your earring, you will not. Bilal, put your dress in the floor, brother. And now, all of you women, take off your earring, not your panties. Just we cannot take a panty. What you would do with it? It's very Victoria's Secret is important. It's very expensive. You can sell it on eBay. Oh, okay. In this case, put your panty with this jewelry. It's no problem. It sounds like it's a jewelry for me. So, and the Prophet start collecting all the money they have. You cannot understand Islam without your twisted mind. This hadiths imply that women were not sacrificing. So what? Sacrificing like men. Like what? Look at this idiot. Sacrificing. Ooh. Hold on, you stupid idiot. You donkey, you certified idiot. Just to show you how stupid you are. Guys, this guy is super intelligent like Allah. You cannot understand Islam with your twisted mind. This hadith implies that women were not sacrificing like men who sacrifice their lives for Islam, and women don't even give charity. You stupid idiot. Isn't it your Prophet? He says the jihad of the women is Hajj. That's it, she is doing jihad. So she's sacrificing the same. That's what he said to her. Jihadul mar'a hajjuha. She go around the Kaaba wearing nothing. Same time, you idiot. If the woman she gave her bracelet, isn't it this is what the man he gave her? You see how stupid you are? So when your wife, she gave what she have, isn't it what she have? It's you giving her. Isn't it the Quran says the man he should be charging the women, and because they spend money on them. So the man he give the women money, and then the woman she take your money and give it to the Prophet, and that make her sacrifice. Well, she is sacrificing the money of the husband. Those earrings from the husband, and those bracelets are from the husband. So the husband should go to heaven. Do you see the stupidity? Same time, Abdul. I understand you are desperate trying to prove something. Let us go to different hadith, just to make it more clear. Not for you, because it's very clear for you. I mean, come on, you are a Muslim. I never saw smart people like you. Is that because they are not sacrificing, Muhammad saying, or because they have half a brain, you liar? Let us go to the very important hadith. The Prophet says, O women, folk, you should give a charity and be diligent in seeking Allah forgiveness, because I have seen, i.e. the night of and so ever to heaven, the door of the hell, the majority of the door of hell are women. Women among them, she said, why the majority of the hell is us? The Prophet says, you curse frequently, and ungrateful to your husband. In spite of your lacking in wisdom and failing in religion, you are disbelieving the wisest of men and of their intelligence. Do you see it? So Muhammad, he claimed, because women, they have a lack of intellect and lack of wisdom, and they are stupid, not like men, that will make them go to hell. Upon this, a woman, she asked, what is the deficiency of women of our wisdom? What? The question. What is the deficiency in our wisdom and our religion? Read carefully. The question is so clear. Muhammad announced that women, they have deficiency in two things. Wisdom, which means the brain. Religion, which means they are not faithful. He said, your lack of wisdom can be well judged in the fact that the evidence of two women is equal to one man. So you're stupid when you said to me the Prophet, he meant if she err. He was talking about her if she is a stupid, not if she is a stupid. Correct, people? Muhammad proving the lack of wisdom of women by what? By a verse he fabricated from the Quran, saying that one man is equal to two women. And the translation of the Muslim is so clear. The lack of wisdom. This is not my words. This is not me saying the word. This is not me inserting the word. This is your Prophet saying. The lack of wisdom. Any Muslim have a comment? The lack of wisdom of women proven by the Quran, one man equal to two men. Who said that? Muhammad. Who don't agree from the Muslims? All of you now did agree, because already you made a lot of poo-poo. All of you made a lot of poo-poo, including this Al-Mazin. He said to me, if she err, not forget, if she err. Any Abdul? So now we have a complete image of what Muhammad he said in chapter 2, verse number 282. Why women she cannot be a witness? Because she have a deficiency. And look, it's not me who is using the word deficiency. It is Muslims. Do you see it? This is not my website. This is not my translation. This is not my words. This is the Muslim website. They are the one who is saying, Muhammad he said, that women they have deficiency. And do you know what deficiency mean? What deficiency mean? Somebody teach me English. What does that mean? What that word mean? Defect? What defect mean? Can somebody give me the official? Let us go to Google, peace be upon him. What deficiency mean? Dictionary. The quality or state of being defective or lacking some necessarily quality or element. The quality of a state or state of being deficient, etc. So there's a lack, there's an error, there's a defect in their creation, there is something wrong in them. Short in such a thing like, you know, thinking. They have deficiency in their thinking. They have deficiency here. It's about the brain. So what Muhammad is saying, that all women, they are a defect. And because of the defect by nature, women, they will go to hell. But here you notice that the one who made this statement is the most stupid idiot ever. Who is a Muslim can prove me wrong? Who can challenge me? If we ask Muhammad, and who is the one who created the women? They will say Allah. Who is the one who said women, they have deficiency? They say Allah, Prophet, which mean Allah. So Allah, He created them with deficiency, and then Allah will punish them for deficiency He created? People, do you understand how stupid Muhammad is? He's trying to say women, they have deficiency in the brain, but the fact by saying this statement, he just proved that he is deficient himself. Because if Allah is the one who created the women, and they are created in such a way, that means the deficiency is coming from Allah. So how you punish them for deficiency you created? Remember, he's saying they will go to hell. Because of what? Because of the deficiency, which is lack of wisdom and religion. Okay, is that a nature? It is a nature thing, which means it's a natural thing. We are talking just about gender. We are not talking about specific women. Any creature is a female, according to Muhammad, have deficiency in the brain. And Muhammad, he proved it, saying the Quran says 2 men equal to 1 man, which means a man, he have 2 brain, women have 1. Or half one. And then because they have deficiency in the brain, and then because they have menstruation, look what the things is getting more horrible. Because they have menstruation, they don't pray the same as Muslims, because Allah forbid them from praying when they have menstruation. So you stupid, you forbid them from praying when they have their menstruation, and that make them lack of faith. Since when the vagina cause a lack of faith? Excuse my language. The vagina is bleeding. Her faith is bleeding too. How stupid this idiot is. Isn't it Allah is the one who made them have menstruation? So Allah is going to punish women, send them to hell for 2 reasons. Number 1, they have a lack of they have deficiency in their brain. Number 2, they have menstruation. Any Muslim? Who is the stupid here? She have deficiency in her intelligence, and she have deficiency in her religion. What is deficiency in her religion? Because when she have menstruation, she don't pray, but you forbid her from praying. Why you forbid her from praying? So now you forbid her from praying when she have menstruation, and now that make her defect? This is how amazing the God of Islam. And now we find out that all women, they will go to hell because they have menstruation. Hey, atheist, do you think women, they can decide to not to have menstruation in the future, like fix this issue? As long like you're a Darwinism, you know, like she can order herself there, like to not to do, like to change this, you know, menstruation thing. I mean, what? Come on. You do improvement, Darwin, she would order her private part not to go there and not to do this menstruation thing, and after a billion year, she would be menstruation free. And here you see that atheists and Muslims, they are the same bed. They're stupid things, they say stupid things, which is incredibly stupid. If you are an atheist and you get offended, I'm so glad. If you don't get offended, something wrong with you. Like, what's wrong with you? And by the way, the atheists, they said to me, do you remember, guys, once I have, what's his name? He's an atheist. Abdullah. He's a Muslim, ex-Muslim. He said to me, the earth is flat in the Bible. I said to him, the earth, the Bible says, like I'm using my limited English, the Bible says that the earth is like a circle. He said, circle is flat. Circle is flat. In which direction is flat, you idiot? Circle, it's not, I'm not using the correct word, but circle is a virtual thing. It's not a flat, you donkey. It's not exist. What flat? We're talking about a shape. So as long the earth is like one layer, like it's the whole earth, which means it doesn't matter what direction you go, you're going to have a circle. And this is the word I used when I was speaking to him. Even though the Bible doesn't say really the word circle, but I used the word, it came to my mind. So it doesn't matter what direction you will go, you will have that circle, so how that can be flat? Those are the atheists. They are dummy the same as the Muslims when it's come to speaking to science. They are stubborn. Yeah, sphere, like a sphere. I don't know if I'm saying the word correctly. But it doesn't matter. I mean, the idea is so clear. It doesn't matter what direction you are in. Let us say you will have a circle. That means the earth is not flat. And the Bible says its hand on nothing. So wherever you go, there's a curve. It's a curve in land. Yeah, but I'm telling you at that time what I used. I know. I'm just telling you what I used with him. But he says to me the circle is flat. So you notice that atheism and Islam, they join together forces, the force of evil, to fight the Bible. That's why they always defend. Nobody defends Islam as much as atheists. Nobody. Go and see the strikes. Go and see the feminine organization. We are Muslim. Go and see the atheist actors. After 9/11, they go and they say, I'm a Muslim, and I'm a Muslim. And none of them is a Muslim. They don't believe in God anyway. So they go to me, I'm a Muslim, so just support Muslim. What does that mean? Atheist, you see, I don't talk about atheist. But atheism is extremely dangerous. It is the same as Taliban. If they take over a government, they will force you to eat like Muhammad. Let us go to a hadith. We finish this topic about women. Let us go to different hadith. Just to show you the similarity between atheism and Muhammad, which means Islam. This is Muhammad. He is saying the statement. He have a duty to kill all mankind. We have a duty to kill all mankind. You can read it slowly and you can slow the page. All of them are the same. When Muhammad will stop killing you? You see, the Muslims, they say to you, well, if you fight Islam, we fight us, we will fight you. That's normal. That's not what Islam teach. Islam teach that Muslims, they have to fight everybody until either they convert or they die. And in the process, they are allowed to rape your wife, steal your money, and take your land. This is Muhammad, and this is Sahih Hadith. The Prophet said, I am commanded to fight with men till they satisfy that there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is his servant. That's it. You have to say the Shahada. And then you have, after you do that, you have to pray in the direction of the Kaaba. So they force you even to pray, not only to pray in a certain direction. And eat what we slaughter. Not only pray, not only you say Shahada, you have to eat the same food. And you have to pray like us. And when they do that, their life and their property are unlawful to us except by due of them. Which means if you break any of these things, we take your property and your life. This is what atheism do. Go to China and don't pray like they pray, which means worshiping communist. Don't eat as they eat. Did you see the president of North Korea when yesterday he was meeting with the youth? The youth, they were jumping from happiness, crying. This is all from fear. I mean, have you ever heard really that there is somebody, he worship a president like this? I mean, it's as if God is coming. Fear. You see what fear can do? That's Muhammad. What the name of Kim Jong-sing song? And you will see them crying, and you can tell it's an act because the intelligence, you know, the secret service, they are watching carefully who is not jumping. So if he is not jumping, kill him. He saw the president, he saw God, and he did not jump like crazy. He did not cry when he saw him. How you can do that? You cannot. You have to cry. You have to cry as much as you can. I mean, what's wrong with you? And this is what the Muslims, they do. People going crazy. Look, he is real. He is in front of us. I cannot believe it, brother. No way. His Majesty. Like, come on. Like, yeah, atheism is wonderful religion, atheism. It brings freedom and freedom of speech and, you know, like you live like a human. That is Islam. There's no difference. It's just different face of the same coin. There's a Muslim guy, he have a video, I forgot the name of the video. I'm trying to find this video so you will die laughing. Yeah, here we go. I found it. You want to die laughing? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find the original video. I found the video, but it's like there's some kind of editing. I don't want it. I think this is the one. Here you see how much they are in love with the Prophet. I wish you guys would speak Arabic to laugh with me. But anyway, this guy, he gets so excited. This is how they show that they are believers. How they are believers, they scream and they go crazy. And look, this guy is jumping all over the place like a monkey. And the whole purpose is, want to show them that he is a true believer. I mean, come on, you cannot be a true believer without jumping like a monkey, screaming. You have to show them that you are a true believer. And you cannot do that without screaming and jumping. Let us see. No sound, I know, okay, no problem, no sound. Don't worry, be happy.
None of you, who's he speaking to? He says, none of you will enter Jannah through your actions. None.
Drink water.
People walking around like he's already from the people of Jannah, mashallah.
MashaAllah.
People now, they worship their mashayikh. 100%, brother. These people, these guys from Firdaus al-A'la. The Prophet of Allah saying to Sahaba,
Turkey, what is that, man? You see the act? Do you see the act? Because that will make him a true believer. How much? And look, the blood is coming in his face. And I assure you that this guy is the... you know, all of them, those who do those actions, they are the most perverted ones who do everything wrong. Jump! But by the way, he just said something extremely important for our topic. He says, none of you is saved by his action. Did you hear it? None of you is saved by his action. Say it again, brother. Take it easy.
Now they worship their mashayikh. 100%, brother.
Brother, yeah.
This guy's from Firdaus al-A'la. The Prophet of Allah saying to Sahaba, none of you will enter Jannah through your actions. None.
None. He's stupid as long none. So why your Prophet saying to the women, give your jewelry so you can go to heaven? Huh? Why your stupid Prophet asking women to give their jewelries so they can go to heaven? Do you see how Muhammad, by the help of the Muhammadan, get busted? If they will not go to heaven by their action, but isn't it giving your jewelries to Muhammad is an action? So why he said to them, give me your jewelries? Huh? Do you see how the fabricated scam, the fraud work? In one place he said to the men, none of you will go to heaven with your action. Okay. You go to different places, seeing women, they have jewelries. You look at their jewelries, man, a lot of gold there. Look at the gold in her chest. Oh boy. I don't know. Muhammad, focus on the jewelries now, not in her chest. I'm focusing there in the jewelries, not in her chest. You get me wrong. Yeah, but I saw you looking down. I mean, the jewelries is up. You know, just focus with me. Yes, but do you think, Christian Prince, how much this necklace cost? You know, I think maybe $2,000. Oh man, $2,000. I can get a big TV screen with this. 5 big TV screen with this. Okay. So, okay, women, I found a solution for you. All of you, you will go to hell. But if you go and you give me your jewelries, you will not go to Jahannam. See the amazing donkeys. Anyone, anytime, any religion, he make a speech saying, give me your money, then you will go to heaven. He is a fraud. Literally. In Christianity, you cannot bribe God. In Islam, Muhammad, he is making it sound like you can. Actually, the Quran says that. The Quran says, give Allah a mortgage. Which you see here, Muhammad, everything he says is contradiction. How in one place you say, if you give Allah a mortgage, which means to Muhammad, to he spend it in his wives and killing people, Allah will double it for you 10 times or 100 times, and then you say to them, none of your action will take you to heaven. Lord have mercy. Today, I don't know why we don't have too many people here. Maybe the topic is not important for many, but I think this topic is extremely important. And remember, a man who believed that women are half brain, he just believed that he's half a brain too. Because you take half of the DNA from a woman. So if you believe that women, she have a defect, that's meaning you have half of it already, at least. That's mean you have a defect too in your brain. We need always to think about individual, not about gender. There is women, they are not smart, and there's men who they aren't smart too. There's women, they are silly. There's men, they are silly. There's women, they are stupid. There's men, they are very stupid. Actually, most of men, they go stupid by seeing a short skirt. Just make a short skirt, walk over in front of them, the brain is gone. That's the scientist who's a scientist. Einstein, he is not Einstein no more. He's Stein now. The Anish is gone. So, those who try to make, always you see in society, there's a group try to take advantage of other group. So there's discrimination in gender, there's discrimination in religion, discrimination in color. You have to find a discrimination to discriminate somebody so you can take over him. The purpose is control. The purpose is evil. The purpose how we can make that group subdued to other group, which us. So in certain time, the black man, he enslaved the white man. As an example, the African, Egyptian, they enslaved millions of white people. Then the white man, he enslaved the black man, millions of black people. Evil ones, always they try to find a reasoning to enslave and to take over somebody. And if they could not find, they find in their own society inside the house. The man, he enslaved the women because she is the weak physically. As long physically she cannot fight and resist. But who said that women, they are stupid? You know, how many husbands, they are donkeys, but their wife is super smart. They don't even deserve to have those wives. And it can be the opposite. It can be that the husband is so smart, the wife, she is so stupid. So we as human, we have to think not based on gender, based in individual. Talk to the person, what the Bible says. The Lord, he said, this is a very important sentence for me, is the way I go through my life. Even the way I judge myself when I do wrong. The Lord, he said, From their fruits you shall know them. Those who speak wisdom, they are wise. Doesn't matter if they are women or men. Those who speak foolishness, they are foolish. Doesn't matter if they are men or women. Do you agree? And the Bible have tons of verses about wise women. There's a book, it's called, there's the Judges. Who's the Judges? Women, they became judges. Women, they can save nation, and they can destroy nation. The same for men. Look, we have Joe Biden. He is a man. I mean, this guy is a smart. He went on TV. He says, we made the biggest victory by taking 120,000 Afghani in 1 week. This you did that? Or our airplanes? And how many of Taliban they joined those Afghani refugees now? How many Daesh? How many ISIS? They just put anyone want to go in the airplane and bring him here. Soon we will see. Just wait. No security check. Nobody knows his name. Just put him in the airplane. Whoever in the airport, put him in the airplane. Send him to Germany. Send him to France. Send him to Ukraine. Send him to all those. And they start dumping people in poor countries. They force those poor countries to take them. So, when Muhammad speak about women, she have a lack of intellect. That's a very stupid thing. That is an insult to your mother. Insult to yourself if you're a man. Who of you believe that Mary, the mother of Jesus, she have a lack of intellect? And she have a deficiency in her wisdom and in her faith? Any of you? Any of you think for a second that Mary, she have any of this deficiency? You see, our Lord, he gave a special honor to women, destroying all the Jewish tradition, considering the women less and less and less. He came to us through a woman. So if the woman is unclean, then the Lord shall not come. People, they mix between things. Like, okay, unclean is a very flexible word. It's true. When you have menstruation, you are unclean. But a man can be unclean too. You have to wash. Like the Jewish tradition, you have a man, he have to wash, blah, 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 before he enters the temple. This is the man. Even the man, if he is injured, even if he bleeds from his finger, according to the tradition, you cannot go inside the temple. But this is the man. Not only the woman. So blood considered as unclean, no problem. But that will not make it a reason to go to hell. That's stupid. When the Lord, he come to this earth through a woman, he gave us a clear message that the one who don't accept women, he don't accept me. Because I came to you through a woman. Anyone who don't want to appreciate a woman in his life, he is a fool. Because your existence was based on her. One day you were nothing. And it's your mother who carried you, and your mother who take care for you, and your mother who should cry for you when your dad maybe go to play with his friend some cards when you are sick, but your mom, she will not do that. Is that a deficiency in the brain? The child, he cry. The mother, she cry with him. She try her best to help him. The father is upset. He want to sleep. Shut up this child. Who is the one have deficiency? So we have to be just, and we have to be vigilant, and we shall not let someone like Muhammad, the evil of this religion, to conquer our mind. A Christian person is someone who gave himself the same as Christ. He gave himself to the church. And the Bible and Jesus, he made the women equal to the church. He said the man, he gave himself the same as Christ. He gave himself to the church. He gave himself to the woman. And a good woman, the Bible describes her as a jewel. She is a jewelry. In the same chapter here, actually, if we go, I think verse number maybe 10. From verse number 10, you can talk about women. I advise you to read this chapter here. Who can find? Let us read it. Let us play this chapter. It's not long, so we can hear it together.
Proverbs 31. The words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him. What, my son, and what, the son of my womb, and what, the son of my vows? Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings. It is not for kings, O Lemuel, it is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink, lest they drink and forget the law, and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted. Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those that be of heavy hearts. Let him drink and forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Open thy mouth for the dumb in the cause of all such as are appointed to destruction. Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. She will do him good, and not evil, all the days of her life. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. She is like the merchant's ships. She bringeth her food from afar. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens. She considereth a field, and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands she planteth a vineyard. She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengtheneth her arms. She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night. She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff. She stretcheth out her hand to the poor, yea, she reacheth forth her hands to the needy. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. She maketh herself coverings of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple. Her husband is known at the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land. She maketh fine linen and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchant. Strength and honour are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. She looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Her children arise up, and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praiseth her. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Favour is deceitful, and beauty is vain, but a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates.
I mean to that. See how the difference is? Al-Mazin, Al-Comiti, I don't know what his name is saying. Why the Quran, as long you mention about women, why no chapter with Muhammad mother name? Okay. That's what this guy is saying, just to, for a laugh. You know, I don't be insulted when I say for Allah, because you Muslim, you don't make sense when you talk. I don't know what you say. You say stupid things. I mean, you see the Quran saying women are stupid. I find that Muslim men, when they answer me, they give me the most stupid answers. Just look what you said. This is not me saying, this is you. As long as you mention about women, why no chapter with Muhammad mother name? Because she was a pagan. And Muhammad, he said his mother and his father, they will go to hell. And Muhammad, he says women, they are najis. Have you ever heard of a person respect his mother, he call her najis? Muhammad, he cried to Allah asking for 3 things, one of them to forgive his mother and his father. He did not. You are ignorant. Secondly, as a chapter of Maryam in the Quran, who said that Muhammad called chapter of Maryam? Show me. This is you. This is the name you gave. There's nowhere in the Quran it says this is a chapter of Maryam. It is something you gave it a name because this is about speak about Maryam. So it's not you who name it this way. The story of Maryam there, so we call it chapter of Maryam. I will give you just an example of the stupidity of this answer. When the Quran called the chapter of the Baqarah, the cow, does that mean Allah is honoring the cow? Are you a Hindu now? Hey people, be my witness. Based on the answer of this Abdul, Allah is a Hindu. He is honoring the cow. He gave it a name of a chapter. He did not give it to the camel. He did not give it to the lizard. He did not give it to the sheep. You see how silly your logic? You Muslim, you copy paste from the stupid Zakir Naik. He have a low IQ. This is why they don't dare to debate me. I demolish whatever they say in a second. Because your IQ is so low. Did Allah honor the spider? There's a chapter, it's called the chapter of the elephant. You must be a Hindu elephant. The god of the Hindu is an elephant. He has like many nose and, you know. See the silly answer? We just showed you the Quran saying women are stupid and say, so why the Quran called the chapter of Maryam? I mean, do you see how desperate they are to find an answer? It is unlucky time for you that you are present in the lucky time of me. After I die, Muslim, they will go and debate the Christians, and they can refute maybe Christians who didn't know what they are talking about. But with me, you are a zero. With me, you are a zero. Your God is a zero. I hope nobody will take your statement now and make a video about it. The God of Islam is a God who honors cow, and he is a Hindu. Because you excuse if Allah is against women, then how I call the chapter Maryam? And by the way, just here to show you how stupid this chapter. Why this chapter is called the chapter of the cow? If I ask a Muslim, how Allah here resurrect people from death? Hey Muslims, how Allah resurrect people from death? They will say to you, if Allah wants, he say be is going to be. That's false. According to the Quran, the same chapter, this is what the cow, they call the chapter of the cow. Moses, he have a person who got killed. The Jews, they came to him and they said, there's somebody, he was killed. How we know who killed him? Allah, he told him, go and get some beef. The penis of the cow, or the tear of the cow, or the tongue of the cow, and beat the dead guy with it. And then Moses, he came, Habibi, wake up Habibi, the guy is dead. And by the way, the Muslim, they have a miraculous video about this verse, says, reviving the heart of somebody by massage. This is a massage. The guy is dead. And we are not doing massage, we are beating him with beef. So the liars, they make a video says how the Quran speak about how to give CPR and massage to the heart to bring somebody almost dying. This verse about a guy who was killed by a sword. I mean, do you see how they lie? Go search the video. Go right now, search Quran Scientific Miracle, chapter 2, verse 73. Massage. This is massage. The guy was killed by a sword, not somebody have heart attack. But do you see how they lie, try to deceive the fool of you? Because always there is somebody fool there, you know. They can. It's like a fishing for the fool, you know. How we can find a fool in the crowd so we can fool the fool. But guess what, Muslims? You are fishing for the fool. That will make you more fool. Because who join you is a fool already. Otherwise, he will not join. So you did not get better, you get worse. Heart massage. Quran. I tried to find the video. Let us see. Maybe I should add the word scientific miracle. Anyway, you can find it and so you can laugh. But look at the verse here in the Quran. How this God, he claimed that this is how Allah, he resurrect people from death. This God is a Hindu God. He claimed that cows, they have power of healing. So what he did? He told Moses, hey Moshe, go and get some beef, the penis of the ox. You have to be an ox, by the way, you have to be a male. Some they say his tail, some they say his tongue, depending on the interpretation. And then beat the guy. And the funny then, it says, and this is how Allah, he resurrect people. Look, this is how Allah, he do that. Read carefully. Thus, Allah bring the dead to life. Look, what? This is how Allah bring people from death to life by beating them by beef? What is the name of this guy who the Muslim attack his house? He's a Muslim. What's his name? The guy who quote the hadith about Allah will resurrect people from his sperm? Anyone remember the name of the video? And the name of the guy I forgot. Abu Harith? What's his name? I forgot his name. And I don't remember the name of the video. But in the video, this guy, he read the hadith and he opened the umbrella in the top of his head. Reading the hadith about Allah will drop rain like a sperm. Abu Layth, I think. Abu Layth. The second you say the truth, the Muslim, they go crazy.
Is that? We can say that the Quran strongly suggests, the Quran seems to have a very strong indication that Isa is coming. However, it is not definitive and it is not conclusive in and of itself.
Abe Salo, this is strong. Strong, people, strong suggestion. Pay attention.
Just from the language of the Quran and just from the context of the Quran, we give it the presumption but not the certainty.
So that's the strong strong suggestion Jesus is coming in the Quran. It's not actually anywhere in the Quran, but khair, strong.
As for
Okay, let's move to the sperm hadith. Read carefully and laugh with me.
Back. Then Allah will now I have to translate this, so brace yourselves, people. Allah will send, there's a fluid from beneath the arsh which will ejaculate like the sperm of men. Whoa, people, let me repeat. Look at it for yourselves. ثُمَّ يُرْسِلُ اللَّهُ مَاءً. Allah will send down on earth, shower down on earth, fluid from beneath his arsh. So beneath his throne there's a collection of fluid, which is كَمَنِيِّ الرِّجَالِ, which is like the sperm of men. This is going to shower down on the globe, and what's going to happen is this is going to then give birth to once again life. So sperm. So for that, people, I had to yeah. So
I love it when Muslims, they laugh at their prophet, because at the end of the day, the one who's saying that is Muhammad. And this guy, he went out of his mind and he could not believe it that his prophet saying so. Isn't it perfect, stupid religion? You dispute Allah's perfect knowledge of women? You know, Vico, I don't know if you are Vico or you are two Vico. Are you one Vico or two Vico? You dispute the religion, I don't know. Is it Allah, he said if you want to take a partner, he will take from ourselves, from the women and the whore? How women, they have deficiency and you want to take a partner from them? Stupid God. You don't partner with a fool unless you are a fool. Correct, guys? A person who partner with a fool, he is a fool. And this is the foolish Muhammad. In one place he says Allah resurrect people by beating them by beef. In the other place he says Allah will ejaculate semen. The hadith says like semen, but it's semen, because why he is mentioning it like semen, and why he says ejaculate if it's not semen? So this ejaculation coming from the throne of Allah. Well, who's in the throne of Allah? Allah. So either this ejaculation coming from his anus or coming from his penis, choose one. And that water ejaculation is going to come down and is going to resurrect people from death. And this guy is reading and could not believe what he's reading.
يُرْسِلُ اللَّهُ مَاءً. Allah will send down on earth, shower down on earth, fluid from beneath his arsh. So beneath his throne there's a collection of fluid, which is كَمَنِيِّ الرِّجَالِ, which is like the sperm of men. This is going to shower down on the globe, and what's going to happen is this is going to then give birth to once again life. So sperm. So for that, people, I had to yeah. So
Isn't it beautiful that time come and we make Muslims laugh at the religion? Isn't it beautiful? The end of Islam is coming so fast. Who is a Muslim when I see this and he will not die laughing at the stupidity of this religion? So they flood the internet with miracle of the Quran, scientific miracle of the Quran, but then one video destroy all their scientific miracles. Islam is a joke. Islam is evil. Islam is a cult. Islam is an insult to mankind, insult to women, insult to men, insult to humanity. Fight Islam, but don't fight Muslims. Help them. We don't hate Muslims. Help them. They need help. This is why we are making those videos, so we can show the Muslims that they've been lied to, they've been fooled, they've been misled, they've been deceived. There's no God will promise you women with big boobs. That is not God. That is a pimp. That is a pimp in Las Vegas. This is not God. You do not need to be genius. And then the Muslim, because he is brainwashed, he says to you, what's wrong with that? Don't you like big boobs? No, I don't. Do you? Because if you are caring for the boobs, then go and get a cow. Your God did not even mention the word woman. He mentioned the boob. She don't count for him as a creature. Her boobs what is important. You see in the verse here it says women. In the verse it does not say the word women. There's no women there. Suddenly talking about big breast. All of them, they have the same size. You see it says equal age, and nowhere there it says equal age. A turab, from the word turab, which means dust, which means all of them, they have the same structure. Like when you grab a sand in the desert, each sand is the same as the other sand. They are sand, same size, same, etc. So this is what he's saying. They are the same, exactly the same. All of them, they have same boobs. They can be the same age too. They can be the same, but here he mentioned the word boobs. So what kind of God this God is? He tried to tempt me by wine. Isn't it obvious? Wine, river of wine, grape, and right away he jumped to boobs. What is the connection? Remember, this is God talking. This is not from God, my friend. Jesus spoke, and then that God is speaking. He says, he and she, they will not get married. They will be the same as angels. Do you see the difference between Christianity and Islam? So when the Muslims, they say we worship the same God, that's a lie. Because your God teach evil. Your God is heaven is sexual. My God, his heaven is pure. He and she, they will not get married. They will be the same as angels. Which means when Jesus said, you will be the same as an angel, you as a male and female. That means Jesus, he free you from temptation. He free you from the needs. You are going to live forever and you have no needs. That is the ultimate freedom. You are not going to be tempted. You are not going to be needing sex. You will not need food. You will not need to drink. You will not need to sleep. You are free. Live in my heaven free. So with the Messiah you are free from needs. With Islam you are sexually addicted. You cannot stop even having sex. 70 years orgasm, the promise of Muhammad. This is the orgasm alone. If the orgasm is 70 years, how many years is the sex itself? And if Muhammad, he promised a man at least 72 women, and each one of them, her orgasm is 70 years, just to show you how stupid this numbers is. So if you have sex with a woman, let us say you went to heaven today and you start having sex with the first woman. Okay, I'm going to have supposedly an orgasm of 70 years. That's mean to go back. If I'm just counting the orgasm, not the sex itself, because if the orgasm is 70 years, so maybe the sex itself is 1,000 a year. So unless you are a rabbit, you have orgasm in 2 seconds. So 72 x 70, this is 5,040 years. So a Muslim man, he sleep with the women. In order to go back to sleep with the same woman again, he have to wait, or she have to wait 5,040 years. That is not include the time for the sex. This is only the orgasm. How stupid is that? So after 5,040 years, I'm going to sleep with the same women? So what's the point of all those women? 5,040 years. And you are talking about women have deficiency. It is you who have deficiency. It is Muhammad with deficiency. Whoever believes in such a garbage, he have a deficiency. Be smart, be vigilant. Don't be a fool. And with this, I want to say thank you guys for being here. May the Lord bless you. By the way, I ordered a new computer, and I will try to do podcast maybe tomorrow or the day after I set it up. Because, I have many reasons to buy. This one is, is getting so old, and there's other reasons. And as you see, I found that it's not the keyboard not allowing me to type correctly, because even I changed the keyboard, still the typing is wrong, something wrong, So I will set it up, and we will see. I might even change the software for the broadcast. So I want to say thank you for all of you for your support, and I appreciate those who support us so we can do more and we can buy things. And for the atheist, if you are an atheist and you are making donation to me, please go and delete your donation immediately. And don't ever tell me we support you. I'm not for sale, my friend. Atheism for me is extreme ugly. You want to donate, you don't donate, this is your business. We are not for sale, and we are not going to exchange dollar for belief. So don't even go or try to do that. For those atheists who said we are not going to support you no more, I'm so glad you don't. And don't expect me to be a person who is a hypocrite. Just because a person who want to give me $1, I will say something nice to him. If you go and ask those Christians who send me emails and they are making donation, if they say something wrong, I speak to them the same I speak to everybody. And there's here many, they can witness for that. You make donation, you don't make donation, that is not the reason for me to respect you. The Lord, He said, from their fruit you shall know them. So if you have a good fruit, you do fruit of good, not because you want to support me. If you think this is what I do is good, then the good fruit will come. Don't try to make people say things fit with you because you make a donation. I'm not for sale. When a Christian, he say he found the mountain of Sinai. Where in Saudi Arabia? You idiot. It says the Mount of Sinai. Where is Sinai? There's the mount. Stupidity is amazing. I don't care if you are a Christian or not. When a Christian says something stupid, I say to him, you are stupid. This is not about Muslims. It's not. Stupidity is our enemy. The Mount of Sinai. Where in Saudi Arabia? You idiot. It says the Mount of Sinai. Where is Sinai? The name is the Mount of Sinai. You found it in Germany? The Mount of Sinai. Do you know what Sinai mean? The light. So here where God appeared. Okay, where in the Mount of Sinai? Where is Sinai? And then you say to me, we found the Mount of Sinai in Saudi Arabia. Who's a stupid here? It's like, once in Saudi Arabia, they have a question for Ramadan. Like, you answer the question, you get 1 ounce of gold if you can answer it. So the guy, he go on the street and he asked the question. And then he asked, air condition New York. What is the name of the air condition? The guy, he think, air condition New York. What is the name of the air condition? I don't know. Okay, second person, air condition New York. What is the name of the air condition? Air condition New York. I'm not familiar really. Okay, next. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 20. And nobody is winning. I mean, the guy, he just gave you the name. Air condition New York. What is the name of the condition? York. And you find the same foolish people. The Bible says the Mount of Sinai. Sinai. Okay, what is Sinai? Then they say to you, we found the Mount of Sinai in Saudi Arabia. Crazy people, what we can do? Anyway, just use your brain. Don't be silly. I want to say thank you for being here. May the Lord bless you. And again, thank you for all the support. And thank you for not supporting too. For that is a blessing to me. The Lord, he says, for those, they curse you. You know, we have a blessing, a special blessing, even when they curse us. Even when they get angry from us. Even when they hate us. Even when they kill us. He said, time will come and people will think by killing you, they are doing a favor to God. But trust me, we are victorious. No matter what. Until we see you again, Christ is Lord. Islam is foolish. Atheism is foolish too. And maybe I should add that to the end of my videos always. Thank you. God bless you and see you soon.
The number of people who are able to visit Mecca and Medina, Islam's holy cities, has increased every year. To accommodate the influx of pilgrims, Saudi Arabia has spent billions of dollars to improve the city's tourism and hospitality infrastructure. Western brands such as this KFC behind you have found a place here outside the Grand Mosque. The Saudi Broadcasting Corporation transmits live from the Grand Mosque 24 hours a day. The CCTV cameras also add an extra level of security. Mecca is the most holy place of worship for Muslims, and therefore, only Muslims are permitted to visit. The Kaaba, the cube structure there in the center, is Islam's holiest site. The Kaaba is revered as the physical representation of the house of God. It houses the black stone believed to have been given by Gabriel to Abraham. All over the world, Muslims face the Kaaba when they pray. Here in the Grand Mosque, pilgrims walk around the Kaaba 7 times to symbolize the unity and harmony amongst them in their worship of God. Other sites of Islamic history, like here, atop Mount Arafat, or the Mountain of Mercy, just southeast of Mecca, commemorate the site where Prophet Muhammad gave his final sermon calling for Muslim unity. What we find outside Mecca's sites is what we find in any other major tourist city around the world: souvenirs and ice cream trucks. Also museums with endless queues to enter, high-end restaurants, and impressive architecture like the Royal Mecca Clock Tower there across the square, which houses a luxury hotel and is crowned by a clock 5 times the size of Big Ben. Here in the Abraj al-Bayt Mall, only a few hundred meters from the Kaaba, the shops close during prayer time. The mall's close proximity to the Kaaba make it a desirable place to pray. Millions of people travel to Mecca every year from all over the world. With so many annual visitors, consumerism has found a way to exist alongside the common rites and practices of this spiritual pilgrimage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Welcome. Assalamu alaikum. We are delighted to have you with us this afternoon. My name is Jumana Saada. I'm a staff member at the University of Michigan Biological Station and a part-time grad student.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Muhammad Sheikh, and last year I served as the president of the Muslim Students Association, and I'm a recent U of M alum.
So before we get started, I do want to state that while we were unable to have cart services provided for the lecture in real time, the live stream is being closed captioned, and the event, which is being recorded, will also have closed captioning, and we do have ASL interpreters present today. Thank you again so very much for being here tonight. This event could not have been possible without the support of so many people, and by the grace of God. It would take too long to name each person, but I do need to acknowledge a few key individuals. Dr. Debbie Willis of Rackham Graduate School, who nurtured our initial idea, Dr. Loomis Hilaire, who patiently advised us throughout the planning process, our guest speakers, Dr. Saad Abdul Khabir and Stephen Ward, who consulted with us on the event and helped it to blossom, of course, to our keynote speaker, Imam Ahmed Suleiman, for flying out midweek for this exciting and important event on allyship and social justice. And last but certainly not least, our families who supported us over the past year as we made this event come to fruition. We are so grateful to the village that it took for making this event happen. Thank you to you all for coming out for this event. And we are very delighted to have an MLK Symposium event outside of the traditional months. Thank you also to our sponsors, especially the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, the Office of Academic Multicultural Initiatives, and the Ross School of Business, to name a few. We had over 30 units from across campus donate funds so that this event could happen. The full list of sponsors is listed on the screen and also on the backs of your programs. Please join me in giving them a tremendous round of applause.
When Jumana and I attended a similar lecture last year, taught by Imam Omer, we were captivated by his presentation on the depth and complexity of the dialogue between Malcolm and Martin. We both immediately saw the benefit of bringing this discussion on movement building to the University of Michigan. We're especially excited to honor Malcolm and Martin's unique ties to Michigan and to this very campus. Malcolm X spent much of his early childhood in Michigan and later returned on several occasions to visit the Nation of Islam's Temple 1 in Detroit. We extended an invitation to members of that community, which is now known as the Masjid Wali Muhammad, but they were sadly not able to come due to a last-minute emergency. Dr. King visited the University of Michigan in November. Oh, well, they're here. MashaAllah, give them a round of applause. Alhamdulillah. Dr. King visited the University of Michigan in November of 1962, where he gave a speech just behind us in Hill Auditorium during the height of the civil rights movement. In so many ways, our campus, our state, and our country have been shaped by the long moral arcs of these two men, their families, and the movements they pioneered. So we would be remiss to not mention these ties. We also want to take the opportunity to inform you all of the Islamophobia, of the MSA's ongoing efforts with the Islamophobia Working Group around Ramadan 2020 plus. In April 2020, the MSA and IWG will be hosting open iftars for both Muslim and non-Muslim students. So please keep an eye out for the schedule, which will be released during the winter semester, and we hope that you all will join us, God willing, for these exciting community events. We would also like to highlight two events happening through the Arab and Muslim American Studies Department. On Thursday, September 26th, there will be a film screening of A Muslima's Guide to Marriage, and on Wednesday, October 9th, AMAS will be hosting an intersectional discussion titled Latinx and Muslim. So now, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Loomis Hilaire, who is our mentor and who is serving as the moderator for this evening. Dr. Loomis has over 15 years of experience in designing and developing programs for the university community. He oversees the operations for the Office of Academic Multicultural Initiatives and directs several programs in his role as Associate Director. He also chairs the University of Michigan's Martin Luther King Jr. Symposium, of which this is officially an event. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Loomis.
Greetings, everyone. How y'all feeling this evening? Let me just say I love that we are here. That felt good to hear, the ownership of space. I would like to say thank you to Jumana and Mohammed for inviting me to work with you on this project, and thank you to the Muslim Student Association for your work on this event. Almost a year ago, Jumana and Mohammed came to me and enthused about bringing Imam Omar Suleiman to campus as part of the symposium. And I applaud you, Jumana, for the work that you put in over this summer. If you've ever done an event, you know, but if you have not done an event, let me let you know, it is not an easy thing to coordinate academics because we have busy schedules. And then to get everyone in this room and get everyone excited, and she put in a lot of thought, a lot of effort, and she checked in with a lot of people to make sure this event can happen. And she is the one who spearheaded this with the support of Muhammad and myself. So please give Jumana and Muhammad a hand. I'm also appreciative to Dr. Suad Khabir and Dr. Stephen Ward for the wisdom to include a dialogue with this lecture to ensure that Black and non-Muslim and female voices are also lifted in this discussion of Muslim and non-Muslim Black males. Again, I serve as the Associate Director in the Office of Academic Multicultural Initiatives and the Chair of the University of Michigan's annual Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Symposium. It's a pleasure to recognize this lecture and dialogue as the first symposium event of the school year. Though most of the events will occur between January and February, acknowledging this one as part of the symposium makes the point that the work of promoting social justice is not a seasonal affair. Indeed, social justice work is constant, multifaceted, multi-generational. It's nonlinear and always evolving in our understanding of what it means, who it involves, and where it takes us. OAMI is just one of many co-sponsors of this event. OAMI is co-sponsoring this event as part of our newest initiative called the particularities, a term borrowed from womanist scholar Emily Towns. One of the major challenges in American society is that the characteristic of the dominant group is constructed as the universal and only standard, while other groups are marginalized, and we know this. The classic demonstration of this is when history and social studies classes are dominated by European and European American history. And whenever the stories of any one group are left out, decentered or distorted, it leaves us all struggling to connect with one another, struggling to see one another. And while there has been acknowledgement that we can and must do more in and out of our schools, the reality is that there are those who resist the inclusion of all people. The Particularities Initiative is promoting the simple notion that to understand any story, we must do it in relation to other stories. Before we can get to the universal, we must bring attention to the particular stories we have left out. So WAMI is collaborating with student orgs, colleges, and departments to promote the stories of various groups traditionally minimized in the dominant narrative. And I'm excited that tonight's entree into A Particularity is about how we better understand Malcolm's story and Martin's story as they are discussed in relation to one another. Like many people, Malcolm and Martin were presented to me as two giants with opposing strategies for a similar aim, the liberation of black people or the advancement of black people. Yet, as I read their works and listened to their speeches for myself, I began to attend to a broader and richer narrative for each of them, for all of us. There is something special in each of their stories and something enlightening when these two independent and largely unconnected, other than time and context, are viewed together. So as Imam Suleiman walks us through this exploration, we are all bound to be challenged and inspired to a re-examination in discussing Malcolm X and Martin Luther King Jr. and intersecting visions of justice. After Imam Suleiman's 25, 35-minute lecture, we will be joined by two UN professors, Dr. Soar Khabir and Stephen Ward, whose introduction I will give at that time. Following the dialogue, we will open it up for a structured Q&A with the audience. And there are index cards going around. There are index cards going around for you to write your questions to submit for the Q&A. So now for the introduction of Imam Omar Suleiman. He is an American Muslim leader, civil rights activist, and speaker. Suleiman is a New Orleans native who began his tenure as a community leader in his hometown and oversaw the Hurricane Katrina relief efforts through ICNA Relief, a nonprofit relief fund. He has since risen to the national scale and is recognized and respected throughout the Muslim and activist community. He was recently invited to serve as a guest chaplain for the U.S. House of Representatives by Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson. Suleiman has focused his energy on a number of significant issues, including accessibility, disability, Black Lives Matter, the refugee crisis, the Muslim ban, and the detained children and families at the borders. He is the founder and president of the Yaqeen Institute for Islamic Research, a think tank focused on instilling a sense of pride and conviction in Muslims in an era where many are insecure, ashamed, and or questioning due to Islamophobia. He is also a professor of Islamic studies at Southern Methodist University. And as I understand it, in just a few months, he will complete his doctoral work and will be adding doctor to your title. Congratulations on that. So Imam Suleiman, thank you for your acceptance from the Muslim Students Association invitation to speak to our community. We look forward to your insight and your openness. Everyone, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Imam Omar Suleiman.
Figure out how to get to the PowerPoint. There we go. I think I moved something. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you all. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. I shouldn't have done that. Okay. while we're waiting on that, I just want to thank Dr. Lair for the introduction, thank all of the associations and organizations and departments that were involved in putting this together. I am deep. All right. I might need you to stand right there. That works. All right, great. All right. All right, let's try this again. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, peace be with you all once again. I want to thank the volunteers and all of the different departments and everyone that came together to put this event together. This is not an easy thing to coordinate, and from probably anything I've ever done, I've never seen anything as seamlessly coordinated as this event. So I want to thank once again the organizers, the volunteers for putting this together. I want to thank my distinguished panelists who I'm looking forward to being with, a friend and someone that I admired, Dr. Su'ad Abdul and Dr. Stephen Ward, who I had the chance to just spend a few minutes with backstage, but I'm sure we will be friends after this event, I hope, unless he takes great exception to something I say in the presentation. But I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to actually exchange ideas and to talk about what this means for us today. So let me start off by saying a few things, a few disclaimers. Number one, I am not the most qualified person to talk about this. In fact, both of my co-panelists could do a much better job probably giving this presentation. So I openly invite both of my distinguished panelists to challenge anything within the presentation and to provoke a discussion about where we go forward. I also teach a course, a graduate level course on Islam and the Civil Rights Movement, and anyone who knows what it's like to condense hours and hours of presentation into a few minutes knows how difficult this can be. So I'm going to do my best to try to condense as much as possible into this presentation and still do it justice, with my main goal being to provoke a discussion and to challenge all of us. I'm not so much looking to talk about the legacies of these two great men, both of whom I'm unworthy to represent, but more so to challenge ourselves with their legacies and what their legacies mean for us today. I had the opportunity again to come here last year and to talk about the life of Malcolm X, Al-Hajj Menk al-Shabazz, rahimahullah ta'ala, just the last year or so, just focusing on those last 10 months of his life. And one of the main objectives of that was to actually debunk the idea that Hajj was a light bulb moment and that there isn't a complex story to Malcolm and that his entire life's journey is not important to that last year in particular. And it was one of the most difficult things that I've ever had to do, to teach it here in Detroit, the home of Detroit Red, and to teach it in the presence of distinguished members from Masjid Wali Muhammad. May Allah bless them for their legacy and their history in this community. And it was an honor to have the members from that masjid, Malcolm's home community, and a masjid that means so much to the history of Islam in America, that were there present. And of course, Imam Tawheed, may Allah bless him, who came at the end of that and spoke. Malcolm flew to Detroit. Some of you might not know this, flew to Detroit and spoke literally 4 hours after his home was firebombed, a week before his assassination, because Malcolm did not take a break from his work, and he felt like his time was short. And of course, it's important for us to remember that whether we're talking about Martin or Medgar or Malcolm, all of them died in their 30s. And so we have so much to gain from them and so much to extend from the incredible things that they did. So I want to start off with this image that you see up here actually correlates with a quote. Of course, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Went to India. Many people don't know that, actually studied Gandhian philosophy and tried to inculcate that into his nonviolent strategy here in the United States of America. And Malcolm and Martin's political philosophies were not necessarily drawn from their religious teachings. They were not in conflict with their religious teachings as they saw in their understanding and their calculation. I would argue the same. But they drew their political philosophies from people that they admired, from movements and trends that they thought spoke to the time and spoke to their circumstances. And there's a quote here that I like to start with because it provokes a discussion. What does a revolution need? Does it need Malcolm and Martin, or does it need Malcolm or Martin? Was one of them right and the other one wrong? Did one of them have it figured out and the other one greatly misguided and leading the people astray? Colin Morris, who wrote a book called Unyoung, Uncolored, and Unpoor, wrote, "I am not denying passive resistance its due place in the freedom struggle, or belittling the contribution to it of men like Gandhi and Martin Luther King. Both have a secure place in history. I merely want to show that however much the disciples of passive resistance detest violence, they are politically impotent without it. American Negroes needed both Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, just as India had to have both Gandhi and Nehru." And I'm not going to talk about Indian politics right now. Simply the idea that when you talk about any freedom struggle, we usually do ourselves a disservice when we try to limit it to one person. Malcolm had a large group of people, starting with Dr. Betty Shabazz and his family around him. Martin Luther King Jr. is Dr. Coretta Scott King and that family, that incredible family, and the people that were behind both of them. The movement is greater than those two men, and at the same time, the movement needed those two men. And we often do ourselves a disservice by trying to create the perfect hero, which I'll get to at the end of this discussion, that rises victorious above the rest and had the perfect diagnosis and the perfect role to play. And so this is the picture that we come to. It's on the flyer. This is a picture that deeply haunts America because it's the only time these two men actually had the opportunity to meet. And as they were coming together, frankly, the forces that wanted to see black liberation fail could not afford a Malcolm and Martin coming together and actually working together on a strategy with their differences of opinion, but complementing one another and moving the entirety of the civil rights movement forward. So this was a picture that haunts us because of the possibilities. It also haunted those that wanted both of these men killed because of the possibilities. And for us, it's just a few minutes that they met on Capitol Hill, an accidental meeting, and you see them smiling together, but that is not the reality of how their lives actually unfolded, but it is the potential of what it would have looked like. Dr. James Cone, who wrote the book Martin and Malcolm, A Dream or a Nightmare, which is probably one of the most important books to understand their two legacies and how they complement one another. He said King was a political revolutionary, Malcolm was a cultural revolutionary. Malcolm changed how black people thought about themselves. And so if you look at what each one of them brought, in some ways they were unique. Dr. James Cone continues and he said, Malcolm tried to liberate black people from hating themselves. Martin tried to liberate white people from hating black people. And again, the tragic irony, as Dr. Cone points out, is that the trigger that was pulled on Martin was a white hand. The trigger that was pulled on Malcolm was a black hand, even though there were many more hands on that trigger. But the fact that both of them were trying to liberate their people, or liberate a people from things that were cancerous, not just to them, but to the entirety of society. Malcolm's upbringing and Martin's upbringing is often spoken about as the tragedy versus comfort, meaning Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. could have chosen to live a relatively comfortable life. He was going to be a PhD in something. He could have lived a comfortable life, not had to involve himself in the civil rights movement, but chose to do so anyway. And Malcolm X, of course, came from a tragic background, and he could have resigned himself to what usually would happen to someone in Malcolm's upbringing, but he refused it. But what we don't talk about as well is the different political and religious influences that took place early on. And so if you look at the Garveyite influence on Malcolm X and understand that his parents came from that background and how that factored into Malcolm's political thought, and comparing the UNIA of Marcus Garvey, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, to the NAACP, which was more in line with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s thought. People will often say that Malcolm was addressing a northern civil rights movement reality. Martin was addressing a southern civil rights reality. And of course, there's this quote from from James Baldwin, who said that as concerns Malcolm and Martin, I watched two men coming from unimaginably different backgrounds whose positions originally were poles apart, driven closer and closer together. By the time each died, their positions had become virtually the same position. It can be said, indeed, that Martin picked up Malcolm's burden, articulated the vision which Malcolm had begun to see, and for which he paid with his life, and that Malcolm was one of the people Martin saw on the mountaintop. I want to address the Muslims specifically here as well. Often we critique America for sanitizing and restricting Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to his I Have a Dream speech. Muslims do the same with Malcolm and Hajj at times as well. Restricting both of them to a singular experience and then creating a narrative out of that singular experience without taking into consideration the collection of experiences before and after and their full development is an injustice to both of their legacies. So we don't freeze Malcolm and Hajj, nor do we freeze Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in his I Have a Dream speech. And if you're going to talk about both of these men, one of their most incredible accomplishments is their ability to challenge themselves, to grow. Growth. They were not fixed in all of their positions. They were willing to be challenged and to challenge themselves. And so when you read a quote from Malcolm, for example, who says that I want to be remembered as someone who was sincere. Even if I made mistakes, they were made in sincerity. If I was wrong in sincerity. He also said there is no better than adversity. Every defeat, every heartbreak, every loss contains its own seed, its own lesson on how to improve your performance next time. All of our experiences fuse into our personality. Everything that ever happened to us is an ingredient. He also said that children have a lesson adults should learn, to not be ashamed of falling, but how to get up and try again. Malcolm was not ashamed of being confronted by the truth. He welcomed it. And the same is true for Martin Luther King Jr. Malcolm did not insist on positions that he did not find to be sincerely the truth. Martin did not insist on a comfortable position for himself and accept being the hero, the figure that was acceptable enough to make America comfortable, while Malcolm would be thrown under the bus and murdered. Each one of them confronted themselves and allowed for themselves to be confronted. One of the things that's often posited is that Malcolm is the violent counterpart to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. If you hear about Malcolm in school, if you're even taught about him, you're taught that he's militant, that he's violent, that he's angry, that he was ineffective. And you would think that Malcolm organized the gang and walked around the streets of Harlem and took things by force. The problem with that narrative, other than it being just completely false, is that it takes away Malcolm's points for actually not committing to nonviolence out of principle. Why didn't Malcolm commit to nonviolence if Malcolm was not violent himself? Malcolm said, I don't favor violence. If we could bring about recognition and respect of our people by peaceful means, well and good. Everybody would like to reach his objectives peacefully. But I'm also a realist, and the only people in this country who are asked to be nonviolent are black people. And so Malcolm's point was the point that Jesse Williams made, that if you don't have an established critique of the oppression, you don't get to critique the resistance. It's not fair to burden an oppressed people, a people that are being targeted with commitments to nonviolence and those types of things when they are the victims of violence. Malcolm did not favor violence. Malcolm did not welcome violence. Malcolm found it hypocritical to ask black people to be nonviolent when they were the recipients of violence in America, state-sponsored violence here in the United States of America. And so when you talk about the ballot or the bullet, as one scholar said, Malcolm used the threat of the bullet to secure the ballot. But Malcolm did not want vigilante violence in the streets. He did not seek that. And Malcolm's calling out America on its hypocrisy was true, because the only time America ever passed gun legislation was when? When the Black Panthers got armed. when the wrong people had guns, that's when America decided to act against guns. And so this idea that Malcolm is the violent counterpart and Martin is the peaceful counterpart. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., as we mentioned early on when talking about Gandhi and Nehru, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Knew the role that Malcolm and that side of the movement actually played. He said that the nation waited until the black man was explosive with fury before stirring itself even to partial concern. Confronted now with the interrelated problems of war, inflation, urban decay, white backlash, and a climate of violence, it is now forced to address itself to race relations and poverty, and it is tragically unprepared. What might once have been a series of separate problems now merge into a social crisis of almost stupefying complexity. I am not sad that black Americans are rebelling. This was not only inevitable, but eminently desirable. Without this magnificent ferment amongst Negroes, the old evasions and procrastinations would have continued indefinitely. And he said tonight, he said in another speech, he said, but it is not enough for me to stand before you tonight and condemn riots. It would be morally irresponsible for me to do that without at the same time condemning the contingent, intolerable conditions that exist in our society. These conditions are the things that cause individuals to feel that they have no other alternative than to engage in violent rebellions to get attention. And I must say that a riot is the language of the unheard, and what is it America has failed to hear? And so if you listen to the content, the substance of those two messages, they're not necessarily in tension with one another. The idea was that the burden should not be placed on the African American as they were the greatest victims of state violence here in this country. There's also this idea where you see the strategies coming together of shaming America into compliance. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., one of my favorite books of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was On the Side of My People, which is fascinating that he wrote it in his mid-20s. Stride Towards Freedom. On the Side of My People is a different book. Stride Towards Freedom, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. talked about the strategy, and this was, of course, in the wake or in the context of the Montgomery bus boycott. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said that America would not be activated. There were plenty of people that were sitting at home that said that they weren't okay with what they were seeing, but they were not necessarily moved to actual action. They didn't like it, but they would turn the TV off, and it wasn't necessarily enough to activate them. And he said that people would not move until they saw black men and black women having their heads busted open with police clubs in the streets. Hence, exactly what you saw in Selma, that America had to be moved to a point of why we can't wait, to a place of urgency, not necessarily a place of disgust. You could not simply say that this is not right, but you had to actually be moved to action. And Martin understood that America had to see images and America had to be moved to a point where it would be uncomfortable with itself, being at home. I can tell you that I thought about this in the Muslim ban. When the Muslim ban was legislated, there were many people that came to the airports, and some of them had never met a Muslim before and didn't maybe even have a particular good opinion of Islam, but felt like they couldn't sit with themselves with such a blatant violation of our so-called religious freedom here in the United States and our liberty here in the United States. So Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., of course, it's not an exact analogy, wanted to see people move to action. Malcolm also understood that America did not want to be shamed on the global stage. And here's the thing, slavery did not end because America suddenly came to a realization that it was wrong. Okay? America's foreign policy was being complicated by the images of segregation and the images of police brutality that were being broadcast around the world from here. Back in the days, when we were at odds with the Soviets, they used to put images of segregation and police brutality as a sign of how backwards America actually was to posit communism as a superior way. When Malcolm goes around the world and shames America and actually takes this strategy of going to Africa in particular and asking African nations to prosecute the United States of America on the global stage, it complicates America's foreign policy, because America cannot act like it is morally superior to the world and then use that to justify all sorts of unprincipled intervention. And so you have Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., of course, working at the domestic level with Selma, with what's taking place in the South. And you have Malcolm actually going to Africa. And Malcolm, of course, by that time after Hajj, had a status in the entirety of the Muslim world, Africa and otherwise, and using that to put America on trial on the global stage. And sitting in the spot that a head of state would sit at the OAU, at the Organization for African Unity, Malcolm actually sat there amongst all of the heads of state and the premiers and the presidents and the prime ministers from African nations. And Malcolm said that you have to do something about the United States, because the United States is guilty of war crimes and genocide against African Americans, against black people here at home. That complicated deeply America's foreign policy. And there's a book that I'd recommend everyone to read. It's called Cold War Civil Rights: Race and the Image of American Democracy by Mary Dudziak, Cold War Civil Rights, where she talks about why America actually why the government took steps to seemingly address segregation and racial inequalities in this country, only to the extent that it allowed the United States of America to maintain a certain standing globally. What does this mean in terms of internationalizing the issue of the black American? Well, for one, Malcolm was always an internationalist. He was an internationalist even in prison. And one of the tragedies of Malcolm is that he was surveilled by the FBI from 1950 until the day of his death, because in 1950 he wrote a letter to President Truman from his jail cell in opposition to the Korean War. And because of that, he was called a communist. He actually self-labeled a communist at that point in 1950, to be fair. And in that climate in America was placed under surveillance. And of course, as his profile grew, the surveillance was only going to be expanded on Malcolm. So he was always an internationalist. Malcolm was widely recognized as the first civil rights leader to really hone in on the Vietnam War and the nature of the Vietnam War, to connect colonialism, to connect what was taking place in Vietnam to what was taking place here in the United States with the black American. This picture, this famous picture of Malcolm at his assassination, if you look right behind him, there's a Japanese woman by the name of Yuri Kochiyama, who was a great civil rights activist, and she was a Japanese civil rights activist, or a human rights activist, that was seeking justice after the nuclear bombings, after the atomic bombs that were dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And she was someone who found in Malcolm a person that would uplift her cause. Malcolm did not see that uplifting other people's causes diminished his own. In fact, he saw the importance of connecting those causes. So Malcolm would champion causes that were not necessarily convenient, that were not necessarily, that would give no mobility to his specific cause to liberate his own people, but instead he saw that what was taking place at the global stage of colonialism and what he called European colonialism and American dollarism, Malcolm saw that it was the same system that was wreaking havoc on the world, that was wreaking havoc on the inner cities here in the United States of America. And so that's why you'll find Malcolm in 1964 going to Gaza, going to Palestine, going to the Khan Yunis refugee camp, and uplifting the issue of Palestine, being the first black leader to uplift the issue of Palestine. And he actually penned an essay about the occupation and about the world turning a blind eye to the injustices that were done to the Palestinian people. And he used a profound expression. Malcolm said that often what happens is that an indigenous people are taken advantage of. They are buried by all sorts of injustice and tyranny, and then years later another generation comes and doesn't know how to distinguish what took place and simply sees two peoples fighting each other, and then naturally comes to the conclusion that one people is regressive and the other people is not, and doesn't understand the origins of conflict. And he said that's essentially what was done to the entire continent of Africa, that the average American would look to Africa and would see all of the coups and all of the rebellions and all of the warfare, and would come to that type of conclusion, that these are a people that need to be, to use the president's language, tamed, and can only be governed with brutality domestically and globally. And here's the expression Malcolm used. He said, so you clip the bird's wing and then you blame it for not flying as high as you. So you put people in horrible states and then you count on the forgetful memory or the way that that memory is then told or cast in the future. Malcolm said that we have to elevate the struggle from a civil rights struggle to a human rights struggle. And his last speech at the London School of Economics in Europe was titled, "The Oppressed Masses of the World Cry Out for Action Against the Common Oppressor." In Malcolm's last speech at Columbia University, he said that African Americans, so sort of internationalizing the struggle now, was not just as far as the Palestinians or the Vietnamese or the Japanese. No, Malcolm saw it as much broader than that. And of course, Malcolm also had a focus on Africa. He was Pan-African, and some scholars would even mention a graduation of sorts from black nationalism to Pan-Africanism, particularly in his later thought. Malcolm tasked both African nations as well as African Americans to connect with one another. He said that African Americans must help Africa in its struggle to free itself from Western domination, because no matter where the black man is, he will never be respected until Africa is a world power. I met Chadwick Boseman, and I told him, I said, Malcolm was the first one that thought about Wakanda, but he thought about it more so on the Killmonger, probably in the Killmonger conception, but that idea of Africa as a continent being strong, being restored to its full dignity and honor, and that having worldwide implications where you usually see anti-black racism penetrating everywhere from North America to the Middle East as well, right? Europe and all over the world, and Asia. So it was important for Africa to be restored. Malcolm also said African nations need to take action against the United States for crimes committed against the American Negro in the United States. He wrote from his last trip to Africa, and Malcolm spent the last 10 months of his life, the majority of it actually was international. Malcolm said, I want to dismantle the entire international system of racial exploitation. John Lewis and Donald Harris were sent at the time by the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to Africa to meet Malcolm on his second trip to try to fully grasp the person that Malcolm had become, that any country he went to in Africa, he was usually addressing the parliament at this point, a president or a prime minister. And there was a wave that followed him everywhere that he went, meaning he was successful in lifting up the condition of the black man here in America and removing that barrier and that isolation between black people in America and the continent of Africa. Dr. King, of course, takes on Vietnam later on. And this is what James Baldwin was spoke about and what Dr. James Cone speaks about in his book. From a political perspective, King could have rode a wave in his last few years and accepted a status of one who was never too dangerous, who stayed within the realm of prescribed protest and did not shake the establishment. Malcolm was assassinated in '65. King could have stuck to a script. He would have been more popular. He would have retained not just popularity in white America, but he would have retained popularity with black America as well. By King taking on the Vietnam War, he lost a ton of support. The NAACP distanced itself from King. And a dear friend of mine, Reverend Dr. Michael Waters, always reminds people in Dallas that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. could not find a single black church that would give him a pulpit after 1965 when he actually came to Dallas. Where did this come from? Moral conviction. He said, I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world, my own government. And if you read King's sentiments of anti-war, it started with critiquing how much, if you look at 66 to 68, it started with critiquing how much money we were spending on war as opposed to here in the inner cities in America. Then it moved on to something else. You start to see King's tone shift towards the hypocrisy of sending black men off to their death in Vietnam to fight for liberties that they would not enjoy here at home. Some of the famous lines of Muhammad Ali when he resisted the draft. Then something happens in the later half of 67 into 68. King starts talking about it from the perspective of the Viet Cong themselves. The babies on the other side of those bombs. That's not a popular stance to take, because ultimately when you challenge America as a patriot, you still need to challenge it from the perspective of the benefit of America, not what is morally principled, not what is the right stance to take. And Dr. David Garrow, he said that it would be a mistake to read Dr. King's speech, Breaking the Silence, as merely an anti-war statement. It reflected his widening worldview that chronic domestic poverty and military adventurism overseas infected the wealthiest nation on earth just as much as deep-rooted racism. King said that if America's poisoned autopsy was to be open one day, Vietnam would be prominent. We would see what was done with Vietnam. And I want to just give you this one quote by him. He said, "A genuine revolution of values means, in the final analysis, that our loyalties must become ecumenical rather than sectional. Every nation must now develop an overriding loyalty to mankind as a whole in order to preserve the best in their individual societies." Think about what Dr. King would say if he heard America first, with all of its implications. That this commitment needs to be a greater commitment. Michelle Alexander wrote an article in the New York Times earlier this year, called "It's a Time to Break the Silence on Palestine." Also sort of building off of King's philosophy, pointing to the fact that the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee in 1968 started to address the problem of the Palestinians as well and started to broaden its perspective on that. Alexander said, "King argued when speaking of Vietnam that even when the issues at hand seem as perplexing as they often do in the case of this dreadful conflict, we must not be mesmerized by uncertainty. We must speak with all the humility that is appropriate to our limited vision, but we must speak." How much time do I have left, by the way? 10 minutes? Okay, great. Now, with that being said, in the process of uplifting, because we have to challenge ourselves with Dr. King and with Malcolm, in the process of uplifting other causes and them recognizing the international nature of this and making these connections, we cannot dilute their initial cause, their primary cause, and the severity of the crimes that have been committed and continue to be committed against black people in America. No other cause should seek to appropriate it. Instead, it should honor it. There was a popular statement, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, Muslim is the new black. No, absolutely not. And lest we forget that Malcolm here in Michigan, I'm sorry it wasn't in this university, it was at Michigan State University, I say really low. But January 23rd, 1963, there was an MSA Egyptian student, not to call out the Egyptians, sorry. There were wonderful Egyptians around Malcolm too. But there was an MSA student from Egypt that started to argue with Malcolm about his approach, about his doctrine. And Malcolm responded and said, "Listen, we are brothers, but an Egyptian who comes to America should realize the problem confronted by black people in this country. And when you see us being chased by a dog, the best thing for you to do is wait until the dog stops chasing us and then ask us some questions, especially when you should have come a long time ago and help your little brothers whip the dog." So the reason why I bring that up is because there's this, so America freezes King and I Have a Dream, not when he said that my dream has turned into a nightmare and started to articulate Malcolm, sound a lot like Malcolm 65 to 68. Muslims freeze Malcolm in the exact same place, which Malcolm becomes suddenly colorblind. And yes, it's true, Malcolm no longer indicted the collective, indicted white people on an individual basis or talked about the white devil. He did talk about this idea of seeing people in their fullness and judging people by their character and working together in that spirit. But Malcolm's critique of white supremacy was only sharpened after Hajj. And a lot of those speeches that we assume were pre-Hajj, because if you watch the movie, it's like Malcolm went to Hajj, then he died. And that's kind of like how we're really forgetting those last 10 months of the formation of two organizations, the Muslim Mosque Incorporated and the OAAU, the Organization of Afro-American Unity, and what that meant. and Malcolm showing direction with his thought, articulating a political and religious philosophy that are not in tension with one another, and that do mean something for us and that do need to challenge us. So what is Malcolm's role with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in that last year, when you start to see these two people coming together, and what does it mean for us? The expression of solidarity in a meaningful way is important. Malcolm did not simply stop some of the things that he said about King. Malcolm sent a letter, a telegram to MLK, which you see up here on the screen, June 30th. He says, "We have been witnessing with great concern the vicious attacks of the white races against our poor defenseless people there in St. Augustine. If the federal government will not send troops to your aid, just say the word and we will immediately dispatch some of our brothers there to organize self-defense units amongst our people, and the Ku Klux Klan will then receive a taste of its own medicine." That sounds great when it's private solidarity, right? Except Malcolm sent a telegram to George Lincoln Rockwell on the exact same day. That said, "This is to warn you that I am no longer held in check from fighting white supremacists by Elijah Muhammad's separatist black Muslim movement, and that if your present racist agitation against our people there in Alabama causes physical harm to Reverend King or any other black Americans who are only attempting to enjoy their rights as free human beings, that you and your Ku Klux Klan friends will be met with maximum physical retaliation from those of us who are not handcuffed by the disarming philosophy of nonviolence and who believe in asserting our right of self-defense, ... by any means necessary." Malcolm sends that to George Lincoln Rockwell in defense of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Can you imagine what this did to Hoover's FBI? Can you imagine how frightening it is to see that level of solidarity being expressed between these two people who were supposed to be at war with one another? Malcolm deliberately his messaging supposed to be delegitimizing King so that he's not taken seriously by his people, while Malcolm is portrayed as an extremist that has no role in the movement. And now you see this expression of solidarity despite difference, and meaningful solidarity despite difference. As we know, Malcolm went to Selma, and if you watch the movie, it's not very, don't take your history from movies. That's all I'm going to say, all right? So what actually happened when Malcolm went to Selma? Malcolm said, "Let me be the scary alternative to Dr. King so that Dr. King's goals can be achieved. They fear me more than you, and if they see me coming around, then they're going to be more willing to accept your demands because they don't want to see Malcolm's flavor bleeding into the South." And so here's what happens. Malcolm if you watch Malcolm's interviews in Selma, they're brilliant because he's always ambiguous. And he's intentionally ambiguous. He says, "I suggest you give Dr. King what he's asking for, or else some of us are going to try to do it another way." But he never said what another way was. And he also made it a point, and by the way, some have actually put out the idea that maybe the reason why that Malcolm was not harmed when he went to Alabama going into Klan country was because there was this idea that Malcolm had a force that was traveling with him, and if anyone put their hands on him, then they would be in trouble. So Malcolm went down to Selma to express solidarity, and this is a picture of Malcolm sitting next to Coretta Scott King, and she says, describing this moment, "He leaned over and said to me, 'Mrs. King, I want you to tell your husband that I had planned to visit him in jail here in Selma, but I won't be able to do it now. I have to go back to New York because I have to attend a conference in Europe, an African student conference, and I want you to say to him that I didn't come to Selma to make his job more difficult, but that I thought that if white people understood what the alternative was, that they would be more inclined to listen to your husband. And so that's why I came.'" Coretta Scott King says, "And of course I thanked him, and I was naturally somewhat surprised because I didn't expect him to say that. I don't know what I expected, but he had such a gentle manner and he seemed very sincere, and I kept thinking about what he had said and the way that he said it. And of course, within a couple of weeks or more, he was assassinated, and it affected me very deeply because I had met him now, and I felt like it was such a tragic loss. For days I had this pain, almost like this feeling in my chest, a feeling of depression." This text, Martin is made into the perfect hero, Malcolm the perfect villain. The goal of this is that every illegitimate form of engagement is legitimized through King, and every legitimate form of resistance is delegitimized through Malcolm. And so if you can create the hero and create the villain, the one that should not even be considered in the first place, then you can more readily appropriate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And they struggled to not become reduced to symbols even in their own lifetimes. One of Malcolm's quotes after Selma, in fact, he said, "For the Muslims, I'm too worldly. For other groups, I'm too religious. For militants, I'm too moderate. And for moderates, I'm too militant. I feel like I'm on a tightrope." So Malcolm understood what was happening with him also. And here's what I want us to do. You know, if you go to YouTube and you search, there was this experiment that was done, I think it was in Denmark, where they took a copy of the Bible and they put a cover of the Quran on it, and then they walked through the streets and they read certain verses about violence and women and things of that sort to just average people in the streets and said, "Can you believe the Quran says this?" And people were just outraged. And then they took off the cover and said, "Actually, this is the Bible. Are you a Christian?" And so it was quite telling, all right? What can be done when you take things out of context. But sometimes I think to myself, it would be fascinating if you took a book of quotes of Malcolm X, covered it with Dr. King, or vice versa. So I'll give you two quotes. Malcolm said, "Ignorance of each other is what has made unity impossible in the past. Therefore, we need more light about each other. Light creates understanding. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience, and patience creates unity. Once we have more knowledge about each other, we will stop condemning each other, and a united front will be brought about." Sounds very Kingish, right? Dr. King says, "The majority of white Americans consider themselves sincerely committed to justice for the Negro. They believe that American society is essentially hospitable to fair play and to steady growth toward a middle-class utopia embodying racial harmony, but unfortunately, this is a fantasy of self-deception and comfortable vanity." Sounds very Malcolmish. Malcolm is looked at as the symbol of disengagement with anything political in America. But one of the things that Malcolm was to reveal on the day of his assassination was the platform, the OAAU, which would include a voting platform as well. So you could look at it in two ways. Malcolm said, "The Organization of Afro-American Unity will organize the Afro-American community block by block to make the community aware of its power and its potential. We will start immediately a voter registration drive to make every unregistered voter in the Afro-American community an independent voter. We won't organize any black man to be a Democrat or a Republican because both of them have sold us out." So you could take that and you could say, well, Malcolm was talking about a different Democratic Party. Or you could say Malcolm is not, Malcolm would have rejected any type of voter engagement. Or you could look to Malcolm, the core of what Malcolm was saying, which was this idea that when you organize in a principled way and do not be uncritically loyal to any politician or any party that only shows up when they want your vote to get them over the hump. So you could take something from that. Every year on Martin Luther King's, on the anniversary of his birthday, the NRA tweets a picture of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Does anyone know what they put in that picture? Every single year. In 1956, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. applied for a gun permit. Which is true. What they don't put in there is that he was denied. So every year they tweet it out. And so you could take from that, this complete rejection of was it violence, was it nonviolence, or did he consider this idea again of owning a gun in the face of so many assassination attempts and threats for himself? Both of these men had a religious organization and a political organization. And this is something that I also want to caution, and we'll bring it up in the discussion. Sometimes there's a hostility to religion. And, there's obviously a type of religion that I think we should all be hostile to. But there's a hostility to religion that's found in spaces which is unnecessary. If we're going to be true to both of their legacies, you can't remove the Baptist minister, the Baptist preacher from Dr. King. You can't remove the Muslim from Malcolm. Muslim mosque was just as important to Malcolm as OAAU. In fact, he formed it immediately out of the Nation of Islam. And the SCLC was just as important to Dr. King as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and so it's important to do so. These are pictures that I want you to look at. This is a picture I took of the spot of Malcolm's assassination in the Shabazz Center, formerly the Audubon. If you go there, you'll see the difference between it and the Lorraine Motel, the spot of the assassination of Dr. King. Malcolm said, when I am dead, I say it that way because from the things I know, I do not expect to live long enough to read this book in its finished form. I want you to just watch and see if I'm not right when I say that the white man in his press is going to identify me with hate. I know that societies often have killed people who have helped to change those societies. And if I can die having brought any light, having exposed any meaningful truth that will help destroy the malignant cancer, the racist cancer that is malignant in the body of America, then all of the credit is due to Allah. Only the mistakes have been mine. Malcolm fully understood that he was going to be vilified, that he was going to be intentionally omitted from books, but he keeps coming back. He keeps coming back. His autobiography keeps coming back. Malcolm in all forms of resistance keeps coming back. Malcolm as a symbol keeps coming back. And so there is a failure to completely omit him, but you could see the difference between his grave. If you go to LaGuardia and you take a 30-minute drive out to Ferncliff Cemetery, you'll barely be able to find Malcolm and Betty's grave. It's actually one tombstone there. Whereas you see the appropriation of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He is celebrated, but we have to ask ourselves, is he being celebrated as Dr. King, or what of Dr. King is convenient to America in changing both its past and its present? And so we come back to the statement of Medgar Evers, you can kill a man, but not an idea. And I wanted to end with this. The unfinished business of the civil rights movement. A lot of it is economic. This is actually from one of two intersections, Martin Luther King Jr. intersections and Malcolm intersections in the country. It's in Dallas, where I live, in South Dallas, one of the worst areas in the country. Dallas ranks last in the country in racialized poverty. It is as segregated as anywhere else in the country, and it is an insult that you would have a mural that says believe, and you have all sorts of horrors and terrors that continue to reign on people there in South Dallas and around the country. And I want you to realize that it's 2019, and Botham Jean was shot in his apartment. A young black man was shot in his apartment complex, sitting on his couch in an upscale condo, sitting on his couch watching Thursday Night Football, when Officer Amber Geiger walked in and shot him twice in his own living room, and his home was searched to find anything to incriminate him, while she had days upon days to wipe out her history and then to be taken in for basically a photo op, a 20-minute experience of a mugshot. And just yesterday, Dallas tried to vacate, or they tried to move her trial somewhere else over a year later. And this is now, 2019. Jordan Edwards is now. A lot of the things that are taking place are now. So we have to take to ourselves, how would Malcolm and Martin's legacies have lived out today in regards to the continued racialized poverty that takes place, mass incarceration, police brutality, and again, connecting to the inconvenient struggles, seeing that we are enriched when we see the connection of those struggles as opposed to viewing them in isolation. I look forward to the discussion with my distinguished panelists. Thank you all very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Imam Suleiman, thank you very much for that. I took away several notes, but I would like to just reiterate this one: do not get your history from movies. Very important. Every year, the annual Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Symposium has a theme. The theme this year is the miseducation of us in capital letters, and having the double entendre, double meaning of the United States and us as individuals. And so I think it's fitting that today, this first event gets us to think about the ways in which we have not been fully educated about two of the greatest heroes in this nation, in this country, and in this world. So really appreciate Imam Suleiman for what he has brought. Please give him another hand for that lecture. Now, before I bring the speakers up, I would like to introduce our esteemed faculty. Dr. Suad Abdul Khabir is a scholar artist activist whose work examines the intersections of race, religion, and popular culture. She is the author of Muslim Cool, Race, Religion, and Hip Hop in the United States. She has a deep commitment to public scholarship and reaches diverse audience through her one-woman solo performance, Sampled, Beats of Muslim Life, and in her leadership of Sapelo Square, an online resource on Black Muslims in the United States. Dr. Ward is Associate Professor in the Department of Afro-American and African Studies and the Social Theory and Practice program in the Residential College. He was the founding coordinator of the Urban Studies minor and serves as the faculty director of the Semester in Detroit program. He teaches courses in African American history, urban and community studies, and Detroit history. He is the author of Love and Struggle. He's the author of In Love and Struggle, The Revolutionary Lives of James and Grace Lee Boggs, and the editor of Pages from a Black Radical's Notebook, a James Boggs Reader. He is a board member of the James and Grace Lee Boggs Center to Nurture Community Leadership in Detroit. It is a critical part of my duty to make the audience aware that Drs. Khabir and Ward did not merely accept an invitation to speak today, but they were very engaged in the planning process and ensuring that the event included dialogue and diverse perspectives. The true measure of scholarship is not only in the works you produce, but also in how you choose to engage the world in sharing that work. So what we have here this evening are three individuals who have been very thoughtful in how to engage one another and the audience in a way that seeks to impact us all. So please put your hands together as our speakers come up. So what I will ask Dr. Khabir and Dr. Ward to do is, if you could open up with your reflections and thoughts from the talk and or also what you would like to see come out of this dialogue. And I believe that we have tasked Dr. Ward with the responsibility of keeping the conversation flowing, but I'm pretty sure that will not be difficult with the panel. And I will be back up in about 30 minutes, so if you see me walk up on the stage, you know what time it is. All right, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Let's thank Loomis again for guiding us, please. And let's thank Omar for setting us in flight. So each of us will say a few words of our thoughts about, or reflection on the presentation, and also the second part of what Loomis said, equally important, if not more important, is our vision, the direction for this conversation, and then which includes our dialogue and the question and answer. So the first thing I'd like to say, I'd like to start where you started, which is toward the beginning of your presentation. You said you invite a challenge, and I think you were saying it in the vein of, if something you say, someone, one of us perhaps has a disagreement with, or so forth. And so I'm starting there, but I'm not that part about it. I mean, the information you gave, the perspective you gave, the analysis you gave was wonderful in many different ways, and we'll get into that. But what I'd like to emphasize is that willingness to be challenged. And in fact, I think one of the most things most powerful about Malcolm and Martin in different but mutually reinforcing ways is how they constantly were challenged, and how they challenge themselves and how they challenge others. And you gave us some sense of that in some of the examples. And so forecasting where I think we should go, I think that also is something that we all can take from studying and learning about Malcolm and Martin, is the ways in which they challenge. We know they challenge the status quo, they challenge racism, they challenge the country, but they challenge themselves, they challenge their communities, and they offer so much. And the way that you presented them, I think, really helps us to see that. So that's for now.
Yes, so I was a little bit late coming. I teach a class and I forgot about that. So, but I did catch, I think, a good chunk of the presentation. And I think the thing that I wanted to, my reflection, and one of the first things that came to me was thinking about Malcolm, because several times in the talk you talked about he was the first to do X, Y, or Z. And I think what's important, I think it's always important to think about these people coming out of communities, right? And specifically, I was thinking about his parents, right? Earl and Louise Little. And I don't know if you mentioned them or not tonight, so I don't know if I did that. But I was just thinking about, and their relationship to the United Negro Improvement Association and being organizers and leaders in that group. And so this idea of, you know, this idea of his commitment, right, to Black people and to Black liberation, and this notion of an international sense of that, right? Because Garveyism and the movement at UNIA, right, it comes from an international transnationalist Pan-Africanist perspective, and also building on other, right, sort of scholars and activists, male and female, right, that came before him, that were alongside him, that I think are also important to sort of understand who he was and his impact, right? And I think that oftentimes one of the things that happens is we think about these people as individuals and they become these, like, you know, almost untouchable, right? And when they become untouchable, then we also fail to see our own capacity, right, to sort of make change and to really have an impact, both sort of whether it's kind of on the everyday level or the extraordinary level. So that was one of the things that came to my mind. And I'll just say one other thing, too, was about the internationalism that you spoke to, too. And I wrote down on my note, I was like, okay, so I said internationalism, right, a connection without anti-Blackness. And for me, I was thinking about, you know, I think people, and I'm speaking specifically sort of in Muslim community context, but also I think in broader Black, Indigenous communities of color, when this idea of, you know, let's think about what's the connection between, you know, what's happening in Detroit to what's happening in Palestine. You know, let's think about those connections. I think Black communities have a history of thinking that way. I think Black communities have a history of demonstrating solidarity with other communities and other efforts. I think the reciprocity can often be lacking. And I think that happens in a number of ways. So it can happen in ways around direct organizing, but it also can happen in ways around, you know, how we imagine or understand who people are and who should be where at what time and what place, right? And so I think there are sort of levels to that, but that was another thing that came to my mind. So how do we, in thinking about moving forward, right, how do we encourage and live out the sort of internationalist, transnational, sort of really this notion that white supremacy is a global order, right, that white people and non-white people are suffering from. And so we want to do something about that without, right, perpetuating either anti-Blackness in the form of devaluing Black people or sort of using us as props, right, and as images to sort of push forward something else that's really not sort of undoing what we're trying to undo. So.
You want to say anything in response?
No, I'm interested in hearing from both of you.
Well, okay, but this is to be a dialogue. So I'm going to make a statement, and then it's going to veer into a question to you, if I may. And it's about sources in a few different ways. So you begin, part of what you said, the purpose here is debunking some myths, right? The myth of Malcolm being frozen in the Hajj at that moment, right? Parallel to how you say Muslims have done that, parallel to way many have frozen King with "I Have a Dream" speech, the so-called "I Have a Dream" speech. Because my view is that speech could have a few other names. Listen to it and listen to the refrains, there are other language, other titles that could go by. And so that's in and of itself not important, but I think it speaks to the more important point, which is that there are parts of that speech which are why he gets frozen, which to make him more tenable and less threatening. And as you were saying, to foreclose or cut off the ideas, the movements, the struggles that he was thinking and doing in those 5 years, the rest of his life, after 63. And then I'm also thinking about a couple of times you referenced the movie, Spike Lee's film on Malcolm X, right? So I would like to double cosign or cosign, Loomis's cosign of your statement of don't get your history from movies. Documentaries are different, but movies. Now, Spike Lee's film did play an important role in the early 90s of helping to bring attention to Malcolm. But as history, it is flawed in many ways. So I'm agreeing with you. So this is what I mean by sources. Okay, well, that's one dimension. Another dimension is what you just referenced. Let's think about the sources of Malcolm and Martin. Your presentation also debunks the idea that and you're calling for us to actively reject the idea that they are these individuals. We need these perfect heroes, and these two are these individuals that stand alone. So what are the sources of their commitments, of their ideas, and of their struggles? You were just referencing family, community, and the movements. I mean, they both help to make social movements, but in some equal measure, the movements help make them. And that's not to offer one above the other, but to say that's the way to understand how change happens and how change agents become such. So I'm thinking about what are the sources of them, so forth. And I'm sorry, I didn't finish the thought about the movie and other things. What are the sources which you helped us to critically engage? What are the sources by which we do learn about or not learn about these two figures? And we could say so many others. You referenced a few, the movie, school, what we get or don't get in school. So ask ourselves, if we have been misled, shall I do it? Run amok, bamboozle. No, the ways in which we have learned or not learned or been mistaught about Malcolm and Martin, let's interrogate what those are. Those would be my sources. And on the other side of that is, what sources do we go to learn, to relearn, to re-engage, and to learn more deeply? So all of this is driving to the question of, I'd like to ask you if you could talk to us a bit about the sources that you have drawn from either for your presentation here or even in a deeper sense, the sources you've drawn from leading you on your path to learning about and now teaching about these two figures and the ideas and struggles that they represent for us and then what they can teach us.
So I'll speak to a few of those things. One of them, honestly, I didn't want to speak too quickly on, but so we talked about the UNIA and we talked about the Garveyite influence on Malcolm and sort of that shaping him and the Back to Africa movement and how he understood that in his lifetime. One of the things, by the way, about the movie was the Spike Lee movie was a little better in terms of accuracy because it was based off of Baldwin's screenplay of Malcolm's life. So it was better. It wasn't perfect. Still don't take your history from movies. Something else really interesting at the end when Mandela said when he read those last few words at the end of the movie, he didn't say the by any means necessary part because it was considered too politically volatile for him to say that in 1993. So they cut back to Malcolm because he didn't want to say it at that point. The by any means necessary. So they cut it out at that point back to Malcolm. I think that I'll just say a little bit from my perspective on these things. I think it's important to, if you're going to learn about a figure, to first and foremost think about the living history that interacted with them. So if you're talking about Malcolm and Martin, there are people that were living, that were around them, that could speak of them. So whether you're talking about literally children, in the case of Malcolm, Ambassador Atallah Shabazz, who's done a great job really extrapolating and debunking, I think, the idea that his life was linear, as she calls it, that it wasn't a collection of experiences. That wasn't 1964 light bulb moment and that's it. She does an incredible job of debunking that. I think it's important to listen to family. It's important to listen to the close friends. It's important to listen to the confidants. For the MLK 50, I took my family on civil rights pilgrimage. At that time, my daughter was 8 and my son was 5, and we went on a bus literally with a bunch of people from Dallas and drove across, got to Memphis for the MLK 50, for the moment, 50 years from his assassination, stood in Medgar Evers' carport, in the blood-stained carport of Medgar Evers, where Emmett Till was drowned in the Mississippi Delta, went through Selma, went through Birmingham, went through Montgomery. But one of the things that I found most meaningful is actually talking to people that were Martin Luther King Jr.'s neighbors. Like, I mean, when you walk into people's houses, you saw pictures of him on the refrigerator, pictures of him just being in the house. Like, my kids sitting in the secret room where the Freedom Riders used to sit, and it's literally because someone knew someone. These weren't necessarily museums. So I would encourage people to listen to firsthand accounts and experiences where those are online. I'm sure Dr. Saad could probably talk about the After Malcolm project and some of your work on that in particular with Malcolm. And I think that obviously reading their own words, reading their own works, taking the time to actually read them to the point of their death, to not freeze them even in regards to stopping yourself at reading to a particular point. And, with Malcolm, the autobiography has been so transformative, but it doesn't stop there, right? There was his diary that he intended to publish after his autobiography that started with his trip overseas for the Hajj. But you're in Detroit, you can go to Masjid Wali Muhammad, I was talking about it earlier. I mean, that history is so alive here, and it's important, inshallah, to interact with that history as much as possible. The other thing I want to just mention to what Dr. Saad mentioned about it hasn't been reciprocated. I agree with you entirely, and I think that one of the things that we have to challenge communities with is that you don't just latch onto a cause because you think it'll give your cause mobility. That is the peak of hypocrisy. It's a double standard. It's not acceptable. And one of the ways that I remember that conversation really peaked in the Muslim community was when Stephon Clark was murdered. And I saw Stephan's body. I went to that funeral. I interacted with that, and there was this sudden attention that a lot of people had when they found out he was Muslim. Like, oh wait, now we have to pay attention because Stephon was Muslim, and so I think it's important for us to understand, to take the time. I mean, just watch a few documentaries, right? You said documentaries are okay. You watch I Am Not Your Negro, you watch 13, not all of them, right? Some of them, but take some time to understand how mass incarceration works, what structural racism actually looks like, to understand it. And then you'll realize, I think a lot of people, a lot of Muslims in particular that come from that do come from immigrant backgrounds, again, they clip the bird's wing, and you don't understand how this disparity took place. You don't get the history. You don't understand racialized poverty. You don't understand police brutality. And then you start to realize, wait a minute, this is all deeply connected to the experiences, though it's not analogous, it's deeply connected to that experience. And I can tell you that personally, I think it's connecting with a human level. No person shook me more than, in terms of police brutality cases, than Jordan Edwards. I thought Jordan Edwards would be America's Emmett Till moment, because the circumstances of his murder were so gross. But I mean, then again, we're dealing with Botham Jean now, but you had the 15-year-old kid. They said, oh, he was a straight-A student. He had the perfect grades. He was the perfect kid, loved. He didn't have any alcohol in his body in the autopsy. He was just playing PlayStation, came from a loving family, debunks all that. They tried to use that as if to say that if he was a pothead and had a 2.0, then his death could be a little bit more tolerable. But the reason why Jordan Edwards' death resonated so much with me was because I got to know his father. And so I started seeing my kid in Jordan, and I started seeing myself in Jordan's father. So listen to people, talk to people, listen to people. So interact with history and interact with the present by listening to people, sitting down and actually listening to people and trying to connect at that human level.
What would any of us, one of the things you referenced was appropriation, and Dr. King in particular, how he's been appropriated. Is there anything any of us would want to say now to build on that, about how we can think about, of course we want to recognize and challenge misappropriation of their legacy as others, and also how that can turn us towards thinking about how we can actually use their legacies to understand, engage, and transform our own world.
I'll say something else that you mentioned during, I guess, toward the end of your lecture. We were talking about the telegrams, right, that Malcolm sent to Dr. King, and he also sent to the KKK and the conversation you had with Coretta Scott King. And it made me think of, I found this, it's like an article on this website, it's called indigenousaction.org, and it's called, it's about, it's accomplices, it was like accomplices and not allies. That's not the exact title, but it makes this argument, these indigenous activists make this argument that we don't need allies, we need accomplices, right? And this idea that, and that really struck me, like it really resonated with me thinking about moving forward and what to do in these questions of solidarity, is because an accomplice, right, is like it's like you're doing a crime together, right? It's like you're in it together, right? You're both like, if you get caught, like, you know, we're both about to, right, we're both about to, you know, catch a case, like we're doing that together, right? And this idea, and there's a certain level of like risk involved, a certain level of intimacy involved, a certain level of understanding involved in being that as opposed to sort of an ally. And so that, and the example you gave, right, reminded me of that, right? Because as you mentioned, you said the idea is that not only was he sending a letter of support to Dr. King, but he also directly confronts the people who are, right, the people who are going to hurt Dr. King, right? So it doesn't, you know, so it doesn't stop there. And so I think, you know, because I think you're right? When I mentioned the thing of reciprocity, I mean, the thing about Black folks is that we still do it anyway, right? So they've been playing us forever, but we're still like, no, seriously, like, I mean, I was at Palestine, Bosnia, whatever it is, right, growing up, and I still go, right? You know what I mean? Even though the guy who, like the Yemeni dude who owned the bodega on the corner where I grew up, you know, was selling crap to my neighborhood, right? But, you know, I still care, right? And we still know, right? Because that's this one guy, and he's also implicated in a whole bunch of structures as well, right? Like, you want him to make better choices, right? But he also, right, is dealing with sort of what white supremacy, Euro-American imperialism looks like in Yemen and in Brooklyn where he's at, right? So he's also navigating that, so you recognize that, right? So we're going to do it anyway. But this question of like accomplices, right? And how do we get to that level, right? How do we get to a level where we're really in this sort of together, right? And I think, and there's a lot of talk too about things being incommensurable and there's certain things that can't be, but I don't know, I think that there's a way we can kind of, we try to figure out how to do that, right? Like thinking about indigenous group and like what is our relationship, right, to, right, indigenous community, settler colonialism, all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, what is our relationship to those things and how can we be better engaged? And related to that was just a question also on organizing as well. And I lost my thought, so I'm going to pause here.
Well, yes. May I pick up with that and add something to go along with the idea of accomplice? I want to invoke my comrade and friend, Tawana Honeycomb Petty. Her name is Tawana Petty, and she's an activist and a poet, and she performs under the name Honeycomb, Detroit-based activist, who actually will be doing a workshop on campus in a couple of weeks. She's doing one in Detroit on Monday, which students in the CAS, Community Action and Social Change minor in the School of Social Work will be participating in. And she has developed the concept of co-liberation as to move through and beyond allyship or allyhood. And our idea is that for white people who want to recognize their place in our society, recognize white privilege, but her point is that rather than try to help Black people or people of color, that recognize that you too have been dehumanized by racism. You too have been dehumanized, not in the same way, not to the same magnitude or extent, but that your own humanity is corrupted. And so that acting against racism, against a broader structure of oppression, that you can see yourself as a co-liberator. And it's not to make all people equal, recognizing that they're not equal in society, but that rather than just ally, where again, you're just offering something, but seeing yourself as co-liberator, that you have been corrupted and you have some work to do to overcome that. So I'll offer her and her concept to go along with that. You got your phone.
Yes. So there's like a refrain, organize, 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 right? And so that also thought about too, this idea that it's, you know, recently there was this article that came out where there was a person who was saying that they participated in some government program and people didn't agree with them. And they were like, but I told those people, we got to be inside and outside, right? People say that all the time. And I've heard this before a number of times, and I was listening to it, and I was like, what is really bothering me about this? And I was like, you ain't organized. So it's not like people, you on the inside, you organize people on the outside, and you're working together, right? No, usually that's like, I'm doing my thing, you're doing your thing, right? And somehow, right, we're gonna reach the promised land, right? And so when you mentioned this idea of like his conversation with Credit Scott King, it reminded me of that too, right? Because it's like, here's what I'm trying to do, right? I'm putting you on to what I'm trying to do, right? This is, let's try to figure out, like, and no one else has to know. This is a private conversation between you, the two of us, right? But we're organizing, right? And we have a strategy to do something. And I also think that's important, right? I think, but of course you have to, like, again, have that connection and everything to do that. But it's important to, like, actually organize.
To articulate, so that's a great point, and it's kind of what I was getting at. And it's even done, we talk about Martin being used to legitimize every illegitimate form of engagement, Malcolm being used to delegitimize every legitimate form of resistance. A lot of times it's you're undermining the other person, and part of that is communication. Like, you need to tell people what you're doing. People need to know what you're doing. Part of it is that I think that because there were people that engaged in unproductive resistance, and there weren't people that engaged in unproductive engagement that would have happily there are people that will happily throw their communities under the bus for, individual elevation. You're going to find validators to be used against your community, no matter what. You can't change that. That profile is going to exist in every community, that you're going to have someone that's going to be weaponized against their own community because they're willing to trade in their integrity for money or for access or for power. But obviously, not everyone is like that. And that is a great conversation, I think, right now, when you're talking about government engagement. So I've never been in the White House. You went once, yeah. I've been on the outside of the White House. I gave a khutbah on the White House lawn.
I wrote a letter to the president.
Oh, okay. So you read a letter to the president. So I've never actually been inside. But I think that some people, I would not put two Muslims that have gone inside, to your point, before you even said that, in the same category. The point is, are you still you, and are you raising the issues that need to be raised, whether you're sitting at the table or you're outside? Are you compromising on your values, on your principles? Are you no longer articulating bold stances because you're afraid that it will compromise your position? Are you not connecting with the rest of the community and letting people know what exactly you're trying to achieve? And one of my 2019 goals, it's getting late in 2019, is to do a better job articulating. I think there's a lot of frustration with leaders in the community that we don't do a good enough job of actually telling people what we're doing. Frameworks. What are your frameworks? What are you operating out of? How do you judge whether or not something is a legitimate engagement or not a legitimate engagement? We might have it worked out in our heads, but we need to do a better job of communicating that to other people in our community at the leadership level and to our communities as a whole. Maybe not to the same level, but to some extent, so that it doesn't just seem like it's a bunch of individuals rising and then acting as gatekeepers to their community, or even worse, being weaponized against their communities.
So one of the ultimate goals can be to empower members of the community, right? Empower communities so people within them have those critical consciousness that they can do that type of evaluation. So we have a few minutes before moving to questions.
Can I ask you a question?
I suppose so.
So one of the things that came up to me also when I was listening to the talk today, and this, you mentioned this too, about how Malcolm X, he established the Muslim Mosque Incorporated and the OAU, and I was thinking about, it's like Malcolm X, Al-Hajj Malik al-Shibaz, right, was black and he was Muslim. And all the time, right? But in the ways he gets frozen as a villain, right? In some activist communities and in some black communities, right, his Muslimness gets kind of, he's just a black nationalist or a Pan-Africanist. So I was wondering if you might comment on that, being the resident non-Muslim on the stage, in terms of if you've seen that or what you think might be going on with that,
So I suspect there's many things going on with that, and I don't think that I would have the vision to see all of them. So one or a couple of things going on, I think, is that Malcolm meant so much to so many people, and during his lifetime, but then after his life. I mean, Malcolm is the central figure for the animating, the emergence of a social movement that he never was a part of because he didn't live through. The Black Power movement, which emerged immediately after his death, and he was this main figure, intellectual and political inspiration for it, but he wasn't actually a part of it. So I imagine that's part of it. Another part is that I would suspect, and I invite the two of you and others to work with this, he was a Muslim. He had a couple of different iterations, if you will. So, I mean, he was in the Nation of Islam and then left the Nation of Islam. And left is a mild way to say what happened. And then embraced another form of Islam. His identity as a Muslim was continuous, but its context and expression were different, very different, right? And so that means different communities, different identities can attach to him or not. So I imagine that is part of it as well. And then finally, because for him, the political struggle and his identity as a Muslim were unified, but that wasn't there for so many others. So others who weren't Muslim could be and were drawn to and inspired by what he did. So I suspect those are some of the reasons why. But I'll offer that as a starting point.
Yeah, I mean, I think so I put you on the spot, but I also bring that up because I do think one of the things that I've heard other people talk, and particularly in sort of contemporary activist spaces, is this way in which sort of Black Muslims, sort of people want to connect to Muslims and they skip over, right, the Black Muslim that's there, right? So they're like, I want to work with Muslims. Okay, let me go find this person, right? Like, I'm a Black crowd. I'm Black from wherever. And I'm like, let me go find this other person. But my cousin Rashid, I'm like, whatever, And so I'm just interested in thinking too. It's but we'll claim Malcolm. And it's like, well, if you claim Malcolm, right, and he's Black and Muslim, it's like, you can't have him if you don't want us. You know what I mean? Right. So in that way, I was thinking about it too. Yeah.
So I think maybe there are other people who have thoughts on that. And we're moving to questions now. So Loomis is going to guide us through the questions.
So as you could probably tell, it was just really getting good. But that's typically how it happens, right? We warm up, but we also know that the evening is running a little long, and we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to go to some questions from the audience. And there is one particular question I would like to offer and ask first, and just making a distinction from my question and the audience question, because I will read the audience questions as written. But even before I ask my first question, I want to urge the speakers to bring, if you can, some of your experiences, because you're all activists, right? So your introductions are very much about your professorship, your academic work. But we're in front of folks who know the complexities and the struggles of taking this from theory into practice, right? And living this out in the life through the academy and also beyond the academy. And those things look very different. And it's very challenging to walk that line at times. And asking you to remember that in this audience, there are community members and students who are looking for those very practical and pragmatic ways to push themselves into doing this work some more. So with that, I want to get this question out of the way. So we know that Martin and Malcolm represent open criticism of the state, right? And they were heavily surveilled during their life. In what ways were Malcolm and Martin's lives impacted by surveillance? How would they respond to issues of modern day surveillance, from the Patriot Act to FBI informants to artificial intelligence being placed in communities?
Okay, so I think I mentioned a term that I wanted to give a little bit more time to before I get to the surveillance thing, which was prescribed protest. Malcolm's fear was of operating within prescribed protest. And so you only, and that can happen with civil disobediences, when civil disobedience in a way becomes civil obedience, because you're going to start and end at the time that you're expected to. You're not going to actually disrupt anything. I think that when it comes to civil liberties, in particular, in the post 9/11 era, and this is where you talk about how justice actually intersects. DHS, as an agency, was formed out of in an Islamophobic climate under George W. Bush. ICE was formed under DHS. Counterterrorism? Are you kidding me? If anything, they're terrorizing communities. I mean, in Dallas in particular, where ICE raids literally terrorized the community, more so than any other place in the country. We had 6 times more ICE raids than any other city last year in Dallas. ICE was born out of an Islamophobic agency, right? An agency that was formed in Islamophobia, and then you have this agency that was formed. Obama expanded ICE and expanded some of those crackdowns on civil liberties in his administration. Of course, now we know where we are right now. We're seeing the ugliest ending of all of those interventions. What happens to us, unfortunately, is that Americans cannot. When you say abolish ICE, you're radical, because people think it's some sort of historical institution. It's like, no, if you have a driver's license, you're older than ICE. It's not a historical institution. It was formed out of a lie. So you don't just need to abolish ICE, you need to abolish the premise of ICE. You don't just need to abolish the Patriot Act, you need to abolish the false premise of the Patriot Act that makes some communities more dangerous than others, and hence crackdowns on them more justifiable to the American mind. And so that's why I'm highly critical of engaging in any of those programs in any way that offers, in the name of trying to curb them, to lessen the damage. Those programs any engagement with those types of programs suggests some validity to its premise. And so there needs to be a sense of actually trying to reclaim civil liberties. And I think that with Malcolm, who was surveilled from 50 to 65 until his death, with Martin, who was surveilled until his death, I think that both of them would have probably taken a similar stance on government surveillance and on some of the things that are taking place there. So we need to reclaim that fight, because again, we let the news cycle dictate our thoughts. Like, who's even talking about this stuff now? Like, where are you even hearing about the Patriot Act? Where are you hearing about some of those crackdowns on civil liberties? So I think we need to not just seek to invalidate them and organize around invalidating them, but also pointing to the faulty premise that they were introduced upon in the first place.
Well, first I'll mention Tawana Petty, who I mentioned. One of the things she's working on now is challenging Project Greenlight, which is right now, this moment in Detroit, this effort by Mayor Doug and his administration to have these cameras all over the city and using the what's the name of the technology? Not drone.
Face recognition.
Facial recognition, to surveil essentially the whole city, and particularly marginalized people in the city. So so this is about contemporary effort, and it's a way to the question, or the Loomis's preface of the question, for people to learn about this now, identify and challenge the premise that under which is under, and you can be engaged with people, because there are communities, some people that are in the front, who are engaged in the broader struggles against Project Greenlight and other efforts in the city of Detroit in this effort to remake the city.
I was mentioning in my bio that I do a one-woman show, right? In the segment of the show, I talk about I take excerpts from press releases from the Chicago Joint Terrorism Task Force, where they talk about Muslim men, Black Muslim men, Arab Muslim men, who were arrested or charged for terrorism, like alleged terrorism, and I take excerpts from this part verbatim, and in all of these cases, there was a cooperating source, right, an informant in all of the cases. I then link that to the recent release of the FBI's surveillance of what they call black identity extremists, right, talking about black activists. And then I had found recently a letter written by my mother, may she rest in peace, when she was in college in '71 at Ohio State. In the letter, she talks about Dick Gregory coming to her campus. I went online to look to find like a newspaper clipping for the letter. The first thing I found was Dick Gregory's FBI file. In Dick Gregory's FBI file, they also talk about his visit to campus. Her letter doesn't talk about being, so in her letter it says that the black student organization on the campus was nominated Dick Gregory to be president of Ohio State University. But her letter does not indicate that she was actually there at the meeting. The FBI report does indicate that they were actually there at the meeting, right? Because the names are redacted and they say, on this date, these people decided to do this, right? Which reminded me then of the NYPD surveillance of Muslim student associations in New York City, which also reminded me of the recent report that someone came out about San Diego, where they have all these cameras now in San Diego, and there was a report, I think it's CARE San Diego, in which they looked at where the cameras are, and like there's a high proportion of these cameras around the masjids, the mosques in San Diego, right? So thinking about what that meant to their lives, we know that surveillance was used, right, as a tool, right, to disrupt their personal lives, their family lives, and to sort of disrupt the movements that they were a part of. And today, the same thing is happening. And so I think how we should respond to that, going off what they both said, is to, one, educate ourselves about what's happening. There's a lot of noise, and it's really hard to pay attention sometimes, right? But to educate ourselves about what's happening, find the people in the communities who are working on that, and if you don't work with them, you can support their work with your time or your money and your effort. And just remember, right, the FBI is not your friend, right? I think that's really important. Like, they're not your friends. These institutions, they weren't designed to be your friends. They were not designed to help your communities. And so you need to sort of really keep your third eye open, and you deal with them, right, in a way that ways to educate yourself specifically when you're stopped by the police, etc. But I think it's important to recognize that law enforcement agencies, like they emerge, right, from slavery. They emerge from sort of trying to track, right, Black people and keep them unfree, right? They emerge, from the genocide of indigenous people. Yeah, this is where they emerge from, right? So these institutions, that's their legacy, that's their history. And so, we say abolish other stuff too, right? Which I guess is more radical now. But in any event, I think at the end of the day, I think we have to educate ourselves and stay connected so that we know what's happening around us so you don't get caught up.
I need to add one point to that, because I think it's fascinating to me how when you watch Muslim Twitter and how there are literally faceless people that can drive entire conversations in our community. It's incredible to me. Like I watch it every time, and it's like faceless people, if they're even people, bots that can drive entire directions and thinking in our community. And like no one stops to think, this guy is like Abu something, and he's got Elmo in his profile picture. Like why are we taking people like? So we have to think about the way that as technology has evolved, how are other ways? I mean, it's no longer just the guy that's praying Fajr next to you. You don't know if you can trust that person. And I'm not saying this to make us overly paranoid. It's to make us cautious. Typically what would happen in the post 9/11 era in particular is you'd have these people that would show up to the masjid and they'd start telling a few youth, hey, let's go play paintball and let's prepare for Afghanistan. And then like, wait a minute, we're doing jihad and ha ha ha. And then it was like Allahu Akbar, and that got on camera, and then you ruined the kid's life. What does that look like now with online conversations with extreme voices in different directions that drive trends? And like, we just have to be smart about what's happening to our community, because as surveillance and infiltration will only grow with the means by which they can grow, and we just have to be smarter and more cautious about that stuff.
Thank you. So when we opened up the dialogue, I charged the speakers with being open, of course, and then I just came back and I asked them to also charge them to bring a little bit of more of their work in themselves to this conversation. So now I want to charge the audience with something as I read the questions. We all come in with our understandings of this work, our understandings of X and King, and we came here tonight to be pushed. And as I read these questions, I just want to remind everyone to be open to being pushed, because there's something that I think is missed when everything feels comfortable. It's important that we are, in some ways, we embrace the discomfort when it comes to thinking about these things, because again, we're in a sea of water that would have us think one way, and that one way may be antithetical to community sometimes. So we must learn to be comfortable with being pushed. So with that, I will ask the first question. And you may not push it, I'm not saying you will, but so how do you think America can learn from its history and present brutality against the African American community in order to address our current violence against the Latinx community at home and the Palestinian conflict abroad? How do we call us Americans to action?
First part was how do we learn from the history? First part was how do we learn from the history. Second part is how do we push people to action.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one thing, I guess pushing, I suppose I think it's important that, because as someone who identifies as Afro-Latina, I think it's also important to recognize that sort of African American and Latinx are not always these things over here. So that's just one thing to push. I think how can we learn? I think we learn, here's an example. There's this term that academics use called comparative racialization. And this is a term that basically means how one group gets kind of racialized as, a threat or a problem by its association with another group. And so an example that I used once in the class, related but not the same, was that when the people were coming for asylum when it first started happening, and Trump was like, oh, and there's some like Arabs or Muslims or something there too, right? This idea that like the people seeking asylum were this threat, and they were even more threatening because there were these potential Middle Easterners, I think it was Middle Easterners, right, that were also sort of coming over the border, like to, right, yeah, to get us all, this kind of thing. So I think one of the ways that I think is helpful to think about this is to think about the ways in which, right, sort of myths about Black people, for example, can complement, right, sort of myths about other groups, right, to sort of be, sort of like, so they're threatening in this way, and that reminds me of how this person is threatening in that way, right? To see those connections, I think, is one way to think about this. To think about sort of in terms of just how to understand the history, because I think that it's important to recognize, this is not new, right? This has happened before, and so I say like Black people have like what did I some turn of phrase I used to use, but like, they're threatening, they're hypersexual, these things they have, they're violent, they're, they have large butts, etc., this kind of thing, right? And then it's like Muslims, they wear scarves and they have beards and they blow up stuff, right? Like this, like, these things, they work in similar kinds of ways. And so I think thinking about, one, when how sort of Black people of African descent have been made into threats, and then also how they've been made into signs of American exceptionalism, right? Also how they've been made, oh no, we're okay because look at these people now, type of thing, right? So when you can see how that's happening with this group, you can kind of track it and see how it's also doing with another group, because they're actually working together to uphold the same sort of system. So that's one thing I would say about that. And how do you get people to change or push or whatever? I mean, that's like, what is the answer to life? But I mean, like, I'll just speak for myself personally. I think that similar to sort of my thing about Malcolm and like family. It's like, you know, I come from a community, right? I come from a community, I come from a family, and people who sort of educated me from a very young age about what's going on and how to see the world, and really instilled in me sort of a kind of a sense of purpose around these things. And so I think, you know, one way to get people to change is to help people find that purpose for themselves. And then also to be, and help them find the supports they need to sort of live that out. Because it's also, you can't, you know, it's difficult, you can't organize alone, right? So similar to what the Imam was saying around, you know, speaking to people and learning from people and talking to people, like you also have to like get off your computer and your screen and like actually see people in the flesh, breathe the same air, you know, like that also I think is a big part of what needs to happen.
So I'm going to say quickly, summarizing what's been said, to study and learn, and study not necessarily in the formal sense, though that could be valuable, but with an intention, with the purpose of learning, finding the premise and challenging the premise, study and learn and connect with people. And then I may be slightly misinterpreting the question on purpose, but I would throw it back to that person, but to all of us, how do you, ask yourself what is it that gets you activated? And I think each of us can try to develop our own sense of how change happens. That studying for the purpose of seeing how change happens, and then how you can be part of that.
I'm going to say this because I know that we're running out of time, and just to sort of build off of this. When you engage something, a form of activism, engage it out of a sense of conviction. Like really understand why you're there, be intentional about it, and connect it, specifically, by the way, to the Muslims in here, you know, where you can connect it to the seerah and to the prophetic person and biography, and just live it. But connect it to something that's deeply meaningful to you, and have that conviction. Act from a place of conviction. One thing that I think when we're talking about the faith question is, I don't know that Malcolm, without the spiritual fuel that he had, would have been who he was. I don't know that Martin would have been the same person without his spiritual fuel. It's important for us to engage things out of a place of conviction, to deeply understand issues, and then to focus. You know, there's a gripe with performative activism right now. Activism is not showing up in 20 protests a year, copying a selfie, and putting it on your social media with a really cool profile picture and a lot of hashtags. Study two issues that you can really, really have meaningful impact in. Immerse yourself in those issues. Learn those issues. Be present in other things that speak to your convictions. Be present, right? Show support. But immerse yourself deeply. If you're really passionate about anti-poverty, immerse yourself in anti-poverty policy. Work on anti-poverty. If you're passionate about criminal justice, work on it. If you're passionate about immigration, you need to go beyond, you know, tweeting out families belong together. Like, it's got to be more than that. So immerse yourself deeply in something you care about. If you're in the MSA, be in something else too. It's not the MSA is great. I know that y'all brought me here, so. Support your MSA, and I deeply believe in the MSA, but be involved in something else too. Be involved in something that's deeply meaningful to you. Choose something that you really care about, champion that cause, and be a part of it, and connect with it at a spiritual level, connect with it at an emotional level, connect with it so that it's not leaving your head, it's not leaving your thoughts. You're constantly thinking about how you can make a change in the people's lives that are affected by that particular issue. Please immerse yourself in those meaningful things, inshallah. Don't just jump around. Think about things that are important, that are meaningful. And to Dr. Suad's point, like, I see it all the time in Texas. Like, I remember when the whole Dreamers thing came out, a lot of people were assuming that it was, you know, it's just a Latino issue, right? This has nothing to do with, you know, anyone else, right? It's Hispanics, and it's isolated to that. And then you start finding out, like, okay, you know, this brother, this sister, and in Texas we have a big, alhamdulillah, Latino Muslim community in Texas. But you know, you start finding out that, hey, you know, my friend from Afghanistan, who I've been hanging out with all these years, I never knew that they were a dreamer too. And then it starts connect. Now, it shouldn't have to come to that, but it does. Sometimes you're confronted when it's closest to you. When something that you cannot escape, you can't turn a blind eye to someone, and then you realize, wait a minute, this issue is far more than that person. And if they feel this way and I feel this way, then that means so-and-so feels this way and so-and-so feels this way. So it's the same playbook that's being used against different communities. Ultimately, it comes down to this. What it comes down to is that this community, whatever community is being targeted, is not civilized or worthy of human dignity and dignified policies and practices towards it, whether that's domestic or foreign. Because I can tell you, having seen people in cages at the border of El Paso, McAllen, Juarez, Tijuana, I've seen it, Tornillo, I've seen those people and what they're put in. That would not happen at the Canadian border. If America saw children with blonde hair and blue eyes in cages and stacked on top of each other in concrete warehouses, things would not proceed with business as usual. So we have to be honest with ourselves that people have been stripped of their human dignity, therefore policy towards them is not dignified. So you need to work on the human dignity part, and in the meantime work on the policy part as well in a meaningful way.
All right, we are at time, so I will ask the speakers to just close with 60-second message to the community, if you will, before we bring up Mohammed and Jumana to give us an official closeout and actually present gifts to the speakers. 60 seconds, if you will.
60 seconds, start now. Okay, so I think one thing that Omar's presentation helped us to see that Malcolm and Martin, if they were growing together, it wasn't like this. It wasn't like they were just going, meeting in the middle. It was like this. So they each were growing, and so up until their last day. That is the inspiration I think that we can take from them. And each of us now individually in our collectivities, in our communities, can and should recreate the world. So I think that's where we see all the various struggles, the various problems with the world. We have to recreate it.
Okay, so I think I will just reiterate what was said about the spiritual, having this kind of spiritual resource. I think that there is, like was mentioned too, sometimes people see this opposition between kind of sort of working communities, doing activism, and then your spirituality, right? Right now, in like Muslim communities in the United States, there's this really kind of weird conversation about that, where there's a sense that, oh, we have to Islamize like our activism. And I think that it's weird because it's like, you know, if you're principled, if you have purpose, right, if you're connected, right, to people, then what you're trying to do will naturally be inclined, right, toward God, the divine, higher power, etc. Like this will naturally happen. And so I think it's important, I think, for people to sort of kind of listen to their own selves, right, as they're sort of doing this, and also thinking about what is activism, because that's also a loaded word, and sometimes you're busy and you have this and you have kids and you have that, and you work in, you know, like 12-hour shifts, and you can't do all that kind of stuff, right? But there's like this Muslim tradition, right, where the Prophet Muhammad says, right, a smile is charity, right? And so we know that in a lot of traditions, giving charity is a very good thing, right? But what if I don't have, right? A smile is charity. So I think the same thing is true about activism, right? There are all these different kind of ways and really small ways that you can do something, right, to push us forward, where you can see something crazy happening on your street or in your job and you say something, right? Or you make sure that this kid, the kid who lives next door to you, whose parents or whatever, you know, there are all these little things we can do, right, to push us forward. So if you can't, you know, join the organization, and if you can't do that, like think about, right, if a smile is charity, what are the other small ways in which you can also be engaged, right, in pushing us forward in an everyday way?
Beautiful. Yeah, I think, I mean, just to piggyback off of that, it's purposeful living. I think the word activist is very loaded sometimes, and you know, and sometimes when someone introduces me as an activist, I kind of look around, I'm like, where did that come from? You know, like, you know, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, I'm just a Baptist preacher. Like, I'm just an imam. Leave me out. Don't call me an activist, you know. But it's purposeful living, being purposeful about your life, whether it's in private or in public, whether it's in the capacity of a family, within a family, or within a leading role at an organization. It's purposeful living. And here's what I'll say in conclusion about Malcolm and Martin and heroes in general, we make two mistakes with heroes. We either make them so perfect and infallible that they're inaccessible, or worse, we lower them until they become tools of our own deviations, and a means of us accessing things that they were actually categorically opposed to in their being. So heroes are meant to be emulated, and whether it's the best of people or whether it's someone that was getting there, they're meant to be emulated. Even prophets of God are meant to be emulated, right? So we are supposed to emulate them and find them in our lives and unlock purposeful living. And if you live longing for the divine, and you don't let trends dictate you, you don't let power dictate you because you're thinking about his power, you don't let trends dictate you because you're thinking about his principles, you don't let, you're dictated by that longing for the divine, ikhlas, sincerity. Whether it's in private or in public, it's going to purify your worship and it's going to purify your work. I'll just call it your work. It'll purify your work. So you need to purify your worship, where the sight of God becomes so beloved to you that whether it's just God watching you or God and someone else watching you, you're thinking about the sight of God. That's what sincerity is in worship. Same thing with work, right? Your work. Make it, create that longing so that you are constantly at it. So when the news cycle moves away from that kid in Juarez, because right now we're not talking about kids in cages because we're talking about something else right now, you're still there. When the news cycle moves on from Jordan Edwards and Botham John, you're still there. When the news cycle moves on from the child in Gaza and Palestine or the child in Kashmir, you're still there. You're always there because you've connected for something other than the moment. You've connected for the one who dignified that person and enabled you to work for that person's dignity.
All right, so let me say thank you to hanging with us for so long. Only about 5 more minutes. We want you to hang with us because we want to definitely celebrate the speakers for what they have just done. And I want to just say again the importance of considering your sources, committing to read, and I think something else that was touched on a little bit, but remembering people's parents. I like how Dr. Kabir started with, talking about Malcolm's parents. It helps us to humanize people when we see that they are part of a family. They're not just, again, an individual. They come with a community. But sometimes even remembering someone's parents and children's work goes a long way to humanize them and for us to connect to them. So now I would like to bring up Jumana and Mohammed so that they may present the speakers with some gifts. And real quickly, I don't know if this was stated, it might have been stated, it's definitely on the program. There were a lot of colleges and departments and units that supported and sponsored this event, but there were also a lot of student orgs as well. And it wasn't just the Muslim Student Association that saw this as important. It was a lot of different groups who saw that this dialogue was important because people recognized that what these two men stood for was the liberation of many people, but they also understood that the strategies and tactics used for any community are important for all communities. So just wanted to put up and highlight again that various student orgs are a part of this, and we encourage you to continue working with one another to bring these dialogues to campus.
Wow, what an incredible evening. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. I know it was long, but we are so grateful to you for staying and participating in this important topic. Can we have an enormous round of applause for you guys, the guests? Thank you also to Loomis for highlighting that this was a collaborative effort between the Muslim Students Association and several other student organizations. They are also listed on the program on the back along with our co-sponsors, co-sponsoring units on campus. We have a small token of appreciation for each of our speakers, Imam Ahmed, Dr. Saad, Dr. Ward, and Dr. Loomis. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your support and for your participation. We hope that you'll enjoy these local flowers in your space over the coming days. This lecture was both live streamed and video recorded. The recording will be edited and closed captioning will be added, so we'll be sure to send out that link in the next couple of weeks. So stay tuned and please share it widely. It was an important topic, and again, we want this to be as accessible as possible to everyone. We do have one final note. For anyone who would like to pray Maghrib, the sunset prayer, we have a prayer room set aside on the 4th floor of Rackham. So if you just take the elevators or stairs up to the 4th floor, it's in the East Conference Room, and it's literally that way. It's in the farthest corner of the building. And inside of that room, the Qibla is indicated, so you'll know where to pray. Thank you so much. We appreciate you guys sticking around, and we hope that you have a pleasant evening. Assalamu alaikum.